Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to Dapple Productions with the 92nd iteration of the Triton-Cup series. My name's Riley, and I'm here with Hat.
Yo, what's up everyone? Welcome to Triton-Cup.
Indeed. So our first match here, we've got Kid See Ghost versus Paralia, I presume is how they want me to pronounce that. These are both... Yeah, we've got pretty much two pickups here going off against each other. Can't say I immediately recognize every single member, but we've got a few people of note. We've got Oil from, I believe, Lego Fortnite on the side of Kid See Ghosts, and Paralia featuring Ezio, former notable player from Half-Life and a bunch of other teams. To be honest with you, I was not aware they were still playing comp, but you'll love to see it. Of note, this is a zones-only tournament, so we're starting off on Hagglefish Market.
I think Hagglefish for these kind of tournaments, these kind of teams are just the perfect starting ground to test the waters and see what both teams are capable of, and see what how their what the challenges for each team is going to be. Because we all know, everyone knows this map on the top of their head. I think most people at this point can draw this map just on a piece of paper, just by memory. And I think it's also a fairly balanced map in terms of flanks, in terms of rotates, in terms of the zone layout. A lot of weapons can work. Let's see what these teams are bringing. And one thing already of note, two Spatanas on the one side, but Nabaka running a carbon deco. That's something you see all too often here, but the two Spatanas is what very much interests me, because you usually see Stamper, but the regular Spatana is not that popular. But it does work out for Kid See Ghost, because they already captured that zone and are trying to advance. But Paralia does have to say something about that, Riley.
Yeah, we see the other Splatana Wiper get kind of snuffed out here. It's just the E-Leader left on the side of Kid See Ghosts, I want to say. And we see kind of a lockout beginning. The splash here is trying to build a crab tank, I presume. They do have an Ultra Stamp at the ready, as well as a crab tank on the side of Kid See Ghosts, but you lose two of your members right off the bat, and the Carbon's pushing all the way up. They will go down, but that's not going to loosen the grip of Paralia on zone, especially with the Pencil getting another pick here at the moment, and the Ultra Stamp's going to have to go in alone if they want to make any progress. That is two down, though.
The Pencil's definitely giving a lot of trouble to Kid See Ghost, but two Stampers further and three splats down. They have reclaimed that zone, but look at that lead already on Paralia. 21 is the score to beat. Spat 60 penalty though, so that gives Kid See Ghost a lot of breathing room, but now they have to do the same lockout that Paralia has created against them. Now Datsu is actually quite far into the map with an E-Leader trying to fight that Pencil, but staying out of range is going to be a crucial part of getting them down. Misses a very crucial shot against that Pencil, but it doesn't matter because they're forced back. The time is ticking down. The Takakuna is out on the field, and it's going to help Paralia push in further on that zone, but Kid See Ghost still clearly in control here.
For sure, but I mean, honestly, even if they're not hitting shots, the fact that the E-Leader is set up is, very good for the side of Paralia. They will take lead, though, but it's not going to be so easy, as the Carbon is pushing all the way up, and it's just the Wipers on the side of Kid See Ghosts at the moment. They're not giving up this flank for anything at the moment. Probably going to try and provide some jumps. They do have Hammer at the ready, which could potentially lead to some funny scenarios here, but Kid See Ghosts is just kind of hanging on to zone. Not that much penalty left, but they just lost their Pencil, so that's both their most range and most paint down at the moment, and it will be Paralia taking back control of zone.
I think to me Kid See Ghost in the blue in the zone.
Whichever.
Don't worry, but Kid See Ghost actually with those two Wipers doing surprising amount of work. The Wipers are now down though, and this is the moment for Paralia to go and push in. E-Leader tries to get trying to defend that zone and doing their best, but unfortunately against 4 players, that is a lost battle. You can only do so much with 2 of your main painters out of the of contagion. Now we see The Crab Tank on the zone, trying to force people back from Paralia, but it doesn't work too well. 2 players are now down though, and that will allow Kitsy Ghost to capture the zone. Now they are trying to create another lockout, but there's a flanking Carbon Roller who is being forced to use their Trizuka against that hammer. And actually gets a very decent spell out of that, but Oyo quickly makes work of them with the Splashomatic and refrags that player. Datsu looking at the player right now, as no one from Paralia is at the ready to push. They're slowly making their way forward. They're slowly charging their special Stamper and Splashomatic both at the special ready. And both use the Chipcaster and Crab Tank on the field to capture that zone. And quickly, swiftly they do, but they can hold on to it as Kids See Ghost is just so in control of the situation, so in control of the map, not letting anything get past them. With only a couple ticks left here, that will be almost a KO, but just in time, Riley. Paralia captures it.
Yeah, that was entirely off the back of taking down 2 of the members of Paralia here at the moment. So there is 1 chance left, more or less, because you've just got a little over 30 seconds left. Ezio here providing jumps as well as Cooler. Crab Tank doing a lot of pressure though, and you've got, I think, both of the Ultra Stamps coming out at the ready, just barely able to shut down one of them. The Carbon having a bit of trouble trying to move forward here, just trying to hold on to zone however possible. Just nearly out of penalty, but you've got to shut down the members of Paralia before they can get their specials out, because you've got a Crab and a Stamp coming out. If the Zipcaster can get some sort of miracle kill here, that would be huge. 6 seconds left. 6 points left, and that's 2 down on the side of Paralia, and it looks like they're going to take back lead and just barely clinch that game 1.
2 down to Paralia, but 3 down at Kids See Ghost. In that scenario, you don't want to be the blue team. But a very, very good comeback from Paralia, but more importantly for this set, 2 very, very equal matched teams here. I liked the way they played. I liked the way they tried to take the zone. I like the strategies that both teams deployed, but also the way how calmly they played. They never seemed in panic mode. Only Kids See Ghost at the end started to really panic when they were losing everyone slowly. And at that point, well, you gotta do something. Use that hammer, go into zone. I guess it's the best option if you're the last player alive. But both teams this entire match stayed relatively calm, and no panic pushes were made in order to secure something, especially in the mid game, where they do tend to happen a lot here on Triton-Cup. Now we see a bunch of replays here on your screen with that clutch at the end where 3 players are down on the side of Kids See Ghost. That is not something they wanted to be in. And it's gonna be a little tougher now, because those 2 wipers might actually struggle here on Umai Runes, as there are a lot of ways for you to escape from those hammers.
Yeah, but keep in mind, this is a very lockout-heavy map, and you know, we saw how kind of strong the opening was from, I believe it was Paralia on that game. And Kids See Ghosts in particular, I believe that it kind of looked like at the end they were just kind of focusing too much on getting picks as opposed to focusing objective. But, you know, when you've got 2 zones on this map, that can be potentially even more fatal, so to speak. I don't know. I think they're probably going to have to consider a notable strategy switch up for this map. But I mean, you've got that E-leader, and that can just reach anywhere on this map. So, you know, as long as you allow Datsu to get set up in position, I think you will be able to make some considerable progress on this map.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think the 2 wipers here is not going to be the best play, especially against a Stamper who can zipcast over those wipers here, over those hammers here, if they have that at the ready when you're trying to lock the other team out. So that is something they have to keep in consideration when playing against Paralia. Now let's see what they are going to bring, because I'm pretty sure there are going to be some changes. I don't expect Paralia to change that much, if any at all, but I do see Kids See Ghost changing up the weapons and changing up their weapons.
Yeah,
they do, and actually brought a very interesting bubble towards the field, but still going with those double Splatana, hoping that it would work, but that does put out so much paint out on the field here. And I like how Paralia stick with the exact same comp, knowing that it will work just fine here on Splatanas.
Indeed, First Blood Zone going to Paralia at the moment. We've seen Fruk here on the Stamper just trying to move up however possible, but they will get barely stopped by the leader. We saw the decab there down there in the bottom right trying to make some sort of progress. The leader does take out one member of Paralia, but they're not really stopping quite yet. The bubble will maybe do something for them, but we see that two members of Paralia have gone down. Make that three, just the pencil. You've got to stop them from getting jumps or any other like map control possible. And indeed, that will be a delayed wipe. So now you need to let your leader get into position and just prevent anyone on Paralia from getting specials or what have you.
It looks like Datsu is moving into position fairly quickly. And now at the ready, they're also about to swap the leader from Paralia. The leader doesn't go down, but the Trizuka made sure that it was very, very close. Oil also trying to charging up the special on the side. Two players down again for Paralia. The I forgot the Mint, I was gonna call it Mint, has their special ready. And that bubbler can be devastating here at a lockout because it can prevent a full Trizuka action from happening and also provide a jump if someone does go down whilst the bubble is up. And the bubble goes up, but instantly P gets splattered out and there's a Trizuka stuck inside that bubble, wasted a shot. It's a very good opener for Paralia though, because they do have a push, but a hammer says no to that along with Datsu and a Crab makes three players down. And just a pencil who narrowly escape, but they had to jump back to spawn, so nearly a delayed wipe. But a quick capture does put a penalty onto Paralia here, or onto Kitschy Ghost here. It does buy Paralia some time.
Yeah, Teeny Kisser on the side of, I believe that was Paralia, was sharking that entire time, and they were able to stop a total lockout of mid there at the moment. And that's two down on the side of Kids See Ghosts here at the moment. We see them trying to make some progress on zone, but Teeny Kisser again sharking, just trying to put out paint however possible. But you can't outpaint a pencil, try as you might. But now it's time for Paralia to try and move up however possible. However, losing one, and your only special at the moment being a zip cast, okay, well, no, Trizuka is not going to do a whole lot, and the stamp looking like it's going to make some sort of progress here.
Yeah, it does look like Paralia is trying to create themselves an opening, with Kids See Ghost is too strong on the defense. Whenever Datsu set up, it makes it super difficult. Three players on our down though, including Datsu, including Oil, and that will allow Paralia to go in. That will Paralia to capture that zone and score some points of their own. A small penalty of about 30 has to get cleared, however. That will buy Kids See Ghost some time, but I don't think it's enough time to really set everything up, especially if they just lost their Stamper, meaning they lost most of the special. Decaf does have the bubbler at the ready. Will probably use it in that zone or just in the middle of it to secure a couple more splash, but straight with the Carbon Deco. But it does mean Kids See Ghost can secure those zones again because Paralia was distracted.
That's very true. We see it's just a total bloodbath here at the moment where both teams are prioritizing picks more so than anything else to really kind of, facilitate their control of mid. The Crab Tank gets popped super up, and a clutch Zuka kill on top of that is going to make it easier for the other members of Kids See Ghosts to move in. Whatever. Basically, we've got the Stamp coming in, Zipcaster trying to stop it, and it will succeed in that matter. Two down on the side of Kids See Ghosts at the moment. Ezio's under a fair amount of pressure here. The Carbon goes down, but we keep seeing members drop on the side of Kids See Ghosts, but Datsu's in a pretty solid position here. One clutch snipe here could pretty much turn the entire tide of the game here. Just 30 seconds left, and Kids See Ghosts is staring down a lead change in their favor.
Yeah, Kids See Ghosts here are actually not on the positive end here of this match, because the zone is about to be swapped, the lead's about to be swapped to Paralia. They were behind the whole game, but now look at that, back in front, and only a couple ticks left for Paralia to go in and make that wipe, capture that zone. They have to not only neutralize it, they have to actually capture it to proc overtime. They're so close with the nick of time, they do capture it, but now in overtime they have to succeed. A 40 tick penalty is staring them down, and that seems like forever considering the circumstances that they are in right now. If they lose that zone for a bit too long, it is over, and Paralia is going to try everything to make sure that happens. Zipcaster almost falls off the map, but there's now a Stamp behind Kitsy goes behind the frontliners and they quickly have to go back to capture the zone again. 2 players down instead of Paralia though. This looks like Kitsy Ghost might have this in the back with another set of 2 players down. Kitsy Ghost take game number 2 in another clutch ending, which will force us to game number 3 as the opener for Triton-Cup 92. But what are these 2 teams close to each other?
Yeah, having a set like this in round 1 is actually kind of insane. But yeah, everything fell completely into favor for Kitsy Ghost at the end there. So you had the pencil going down at the very end. LP on the decavitator had the bubble ready to even further, push along their lockout. And you just had clutch picks one-on-one, like 1 by 1, including, on the pencil again. And, shout out to the Zipcaster for doing some nice, plays of, like, going for the widest possible flank through, like, falling off the map. But unfortunately, just there was no one really there to serve as bait for the Zipcaster, because, getting kills, that's going to paint zone for you. But yeah, that was a really impressive comeback here. And I'm excited to see how it translates onto museum zones.
I think Museum will pose some challenges for Kitsy Ghost, because on the first 2 maps there were a lot of places for the Elite to really go and push in forward and to hide, especially in small blocks of cover that they could paint and quickly jump onto. Same with the Stampers, they could just move around freely. Or sorry, same with the Splatanas, they could move around freely, but also have all the cover they liked. But now in Museum del Falsino, that will be a lot less because, well, yes, there are still blocks. A lot of the blocks are awkward and unpaintable, or it's the giant spinner in the center, which will help you, but can also very much work against you, especially if the pencil can move in from their side of the map to your side of the map. So that's something that Kitsy Ghost do have to watch out for, because that will be a giant threat. However, the bubbler from the decav will help a lot here. So I don't think any of these are going to swap weapons. I think we're going to have a relatively similar weapon comps on both sides of the maps, purely because they know it will work.
Mako Mart? Did I say museum? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be museum, but I guess it was Mako Mart.
Well, regardless.
I don't think it changes it that much.
I guess they're playing it out. So, yeah, we've still got the decav here on the side of the team that has the decav, and also the custom leader.
I like that choice. I like the choice a lot from Datsu. I think the Kraken will definitely help fight against the lockout, but also can create lockouts of their own, because you can push in deep with that, and you can really mess up the balance, which is the primary strategy they have to go through. They have to use, because that tactic cooler on this map is oh so powerful. Because the size of the map, you can move through the map so quickly. Tri-strikes on the zone, trying to push Paralia forward, trying to push Kitsy Ghost back, and unfortunately it's not helping. And now there's a Kraken looking at the Trizuka here, Riley.
That's true. Also, I didn't even notice that the Stamper has switched off to the Slosher, which makes quite a lot of sense, because, as I often tend to say, maps like this with a lot of height differences are really good for weapons such as Carbon and Slosher and the like. But it's already down to 30 ticks on the side of Kitsy Ghosts, the leader in particular, doing a great job of applying pressure. But we've got the Tri-Strikes here. If they can sniff out Fruk, not die to the Zuka, and paint over it, that could be huge. But unfortunately, they were all pushed off the zone, so that is Paralia raising a finger in this game, so to speak.
Yeah, Paralia really said no, not just yet. Let us find out a little bit more. Applying a big penalty, but it also buys them a lot of time, because that would have been a very, very sad game number 3 if it was a 100-0. However, Paralia didn't hold it for all too long now. That allows Kitsy Ghost to just, casually work out the penalty, because Paralia doesn't find a way in, and that's because of Datsu doing incredible work on the backlines here. Now it's Namaka going in with the cover roller, gets 1, gets 2, and a wipeout on the side of Kitsy Ghost will buy Paralia some time on the points, but especially allow them to go in and start creating their own lockout, start camping the middle part of the map and forcing Kitsy Ghost into the spawn. Tri-Strike is at the ready. We see that the Splash-O-Matic also almost has the Crab Tank ready. Crab Tank on Kitsy Ghost is online. Tri-Strike countering the push from Kitsy Ghost, trying to get a splat. Doesn't able to connect with someone. Now 2 players down on the side of Paralia. Will make Kitsy Ghost neutralize the zone, and just like that, it is back in their control. 43 is the score that Paralia got. That is not quite the lead there. And now it looks like there's a massacre of Paralia players in the middle of the map because they just lost 3 players there.
Yeah, I think LP got a triple there on the decav, so very nice. Mid-control looking kind of split at the moment here. Navika trying to create some sort of opening here at the moment. The torpedoes, though, from the Wiper are doing a real good job of keeping them on the back foot for the most part here. We see Datsu getting a clutch pick on the pencil at the moment, which is going to be real hard for Paralia to combat, and they will be taking that game. If the paint didn't do it, the Kraken probably would have done something for them. So that is Kitsy Ghost going up 2-1.
Yeah, I think a very, very good match. Kitsy Ghost really taking the upper hand here. Even though fighting against a Slusher, you think would be very strong on this map, Kitsy Ghost decided that would not be an issue. And because Datsu did so much work, same with LP on that decav. Actually shredding through Paralia players. However, Paralia also put up a very good fight and actually made game 1 and 2 very, very close. So I don't think Paralia is going to go out of the tournament that quick. I'm pretty sure we'll see them back later inside the losers bracket. We'll look at a couple of replays here. We see the plays that happened this game. Now we'll be going on a small break until our next set is ready. So don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Triton-Cup 92. Still here with Hat and Riley on the mic. Corrupted Light against Tapioca Bubbles. Starting it off on the funny airport map. Now, I don't know what we will be into for in this match. Looking at the teams here that we have as are casting, is I have to open up the screen again because I lost it. We switched teams. I'm sorry, hold up. Let me prepare for this. We last minute switched teams. Corrupted Light is Ali, Konami Main, Exoshi, Ekamelia, and Tapioca Bubbles is Ivy, Yoshi's, Kakioka, and Piro. Now, I don't see anyone I quickly recognize. I don't know about you, Riley, if you recognize any of these players that are currently sitting in this game.
I think Ivy is a roller player who recently got some really cool results. So shout out to them for that. But yeah, I can't say I'm all too familiar, but it doesn't matter because we're about to be. And yes, indeed, it's Zone's Marlin. This is kind of like a personal favorite of mine in terms of like new maps. So yeah, excited to see what they bring out here and what sort of strategies we might see.
I think I gotta agree with you on that one on Martin. From all the new maps, this is also one I very much enjoy because of all the moving elements that it does introduce, and also introduce a little challenge whilst you're trying to push in, because you have to actually push the box in order to advance onto the enemy base. Whilst in this game it's not all too relevant because you are fighting in the middle of the map. It is nice to mention in other game modes, and it's still a very decent spot for snipers to stand on. We see a very similar comp from Tapioca Bubbles that we saw earlier in our last set, but a completely new match setup for Corrupted Light. But Corrupted Light starts off this game strong with a triple splat zone capture. This is not looking too hot for Tapioca Bubbles.
I don't know who did it or what could have possibly done it, but it looked like somebody got a triple just with one attack. Again, like, it would make sense if it was like the Carbon doing that, because I've had that happen to me before. But regardless, yeah, already down past 50, so if there's any LDE out, that's going to be kind of a problem. And we've got the Zuka getting one clutch pick, but everyone is already back up on the side of Tapioca Bubble, or Corrupted Light, excuse me. Zone control going back in. Slosher's doing a pretty good job of outputting paint, and it's the shot down. The Decav here is probably going to try and make some sort of flank happen, but they get called out. Just 15 points left, and it's just the Pencil who is the furthest up. Splash is going to try and go for a pick, but they will get caught out, and that will be game one going handedly to Corrupted Light.
Yeah, like you said earlier, we don't know who got that triple. I hope we're going to see it in a replayer, but that is how you play Malin Airport 101. I want to place best that the triple might have been on either the splatter shot or the vanilla slush or the vanilla slusher.
Yeah, let's see
we're going in here. I'm gonna look closely.
We gotta pay attention.
Two players by the slusher and a machine together.
Do it again. I think it looked like it was a bomb. Maybe. I don't.
It might be a bomb.
It's kind of hard to tell, but regardless, yeah, that's kind of something like that can really just end a game before it begins, unfortunately. Like, when you all go down at once, you're kind of collectively frazzled, as it were. But keep in mind, you've still got 2 more games. You have the potential to turn this around. I mean, it's kind of what we saw in the previous set. So, Zones, Barnacle, and Dime is where we're headed next.
Yeah, Barnacle and Dime, I think, will suit Tapioca Bubbles a little bit better. Main Airport, you can really get away with not having a long-range weapon. Exactly what Corrupted Light did, but in Tapio, in Barnacle and Dime, especially if a charger gets set up, you cannot get away with not having one, because there's too many high spaces where the charger can sit on or hide behind. There's a lot of stuff where your short-range weapons will not be able to reach. Let's see if there are going to be any changes on the side of Corrupted Light, but no! Both teams are running the exact same comp. Tapioca Bubbles confident that they can take it back in this game, and Corrupted Light confident that they do not require a charger to go and push forward. But how they started last game, it wouldn't be surprised if it would work. Tapioca Bubbles, however, is the first team to capture that. So with Corrupted Light quickly makes work of that, captures of their own, and swaps that lead. Not a player has gone down yet. Crabtank is out in the field. Gets one against Corrupted Light, looking at the second one, looking at that Slusher, gets the Slusher, now looking at, I believe that's the NZAP, gets the NZAP as well. Can they get the fourth? Yes, they can. A delayed wipe by that Crabtank, as it is now Tapioca Bubbles who is getting the big opening push here.
Yeah, and we see someone on the side here getting called out immediately by the pencil, but they are going in for the kill anyway. Vapor on that shot does get one down. The Zuka here is going to try and sniff out the pencil, but it isn't quite successful. That is one down on the side of Tapioca Bubbles, though, so very strong opening, but now is the time for Corrupted Light to possibly get a lockout here, especially with the machine doing machine things and getting a high up pick up there. At this point, it's really up to the pencil to stay alive and, provide cooler for the teammates. The zap going down on the side of Tapioca Bubbles, though, is potentially on the side of Corrupted Light, is potentially very huge, because now they're not going to have cooler for themselves. They do have tri-strikes, and we will see those now to kind of serve as some form of defense, and indeed, we do see Tapioca Bubbles take control of zone and bring 3 down, though, so now it's time for them to move up and initiate a lockout of their own.
Yeah, Corrupted Light definitely struggling a lot more here. Like I said, the Charger is doing massive work. That Pencil cutting people out and tagging people only for damage. There's already a pain to deal with. Vapor now fighting against that Ivy, against that Carver. The Carver falls down, is forced to jump back into the middle of the map. Tri-Strike and Booyah Bomb both go out. Connects with that decaf. The Carbon Roller also down. 2 players on the side of Tapioca Bubbles. Make that a delayed 3 down. Corrupted Light captures that zone. However, that Special Medic was in had a tactical buff, meaning they don't lose a special and they respawn instantly. And now they have a Crabtank on a very high spot, and they will use it. Yoshi's now pushing in with a Crabtank, forcing players away from Corrupted Light, forcing them back, and their side gets a pick against the special as well. Another tactical comes out for Tapioca Bubbles. They're putting everything on top of everything to maintain zone control and potentially swap that lead if their penalty is done. Ivy going to push in far against Corrupted Bubbles, gets quickly called out and fragged by that Slusher, but Tacticooler again saves him from having a long respawn time. Anthem goes down, similar story with that. Tapioca Bubbles still in control. That's so lost it for a second and get another shot of penalty, but it's not all too bad. But now, after this fight, Corrupted Light finally seizes control and victory in this fight and is pushing forward, trying to create a lockdown.
Very true. I don't generally see Zone's Barnacle games get this back and forth, and yeah, lead being held by Corrupted Light, but not by that much, which is huge considering they just went 2 down. So now, once again, it seemed like Tapioca Bubbles, previously they wanted to do the lockout, but they just kind of moved up around plat, not necessarily all the way in, which, I mean, it has its benefits, but, regardless, that is now Tapioca Bubbles with lead here, and there aren't many specials for them to really hold on to this lead with, especially with their 2 main aggressors going down. Unless Yoshi's is able to do something huge here, but no, that will be the Zap taking them out, and Corrupted Light moving in really hard, but it's just Camellia here on the bucket, and that is now a delayed wipe, so now it's right back into business as usual for Tapioca Bubbles.
It's a good thing for Corrupted Light that they did capture the spawn, but when I go back to something you said a little bit earlier, back and forth games, and I think the reason we're seeing it here is because Corrupted Light is insanely aggressive. Being able to get a lot of splats here does go 3 down, or it does get wiped actually. Okay, that kind of does defeat my point a little bit. But what I wanted to say is they are very aggressive, able to get the splats and get the zone capture. So they're struggling at keeping that zone. But now they're also struggling to get back in. A lot of long range weapons, and again, 3 players down on the side of Corrupted Light, meaning Tapioca Bubbles will KO this game. Benefits from the longer range weapons on Barnacle and Dime. And again, forces a game number 3. We usually don't see that many game 3s or game 5s here on Double Productions, but I guess today is a little bit of a different day.
Yeah, something is in the air post-Thanksgiving, I say, even though I'm pretty sure both of these teams are from EU, but that's beside the point. Yeah, that was a very convincing kind of revenge game from Tapioca Bubbles. there. So I have to imagine, how much momentum they'll be riding into Game 3 here. But let's take a look at this instant replay. Yoshi's had a huge moment there with the Crab Tank and kind of the opening quad. Not necessarily there, but, here we see Corrupted Light trying to make some sort of entry back in. Tapioca Bubbles takes lead. Cooler comes in. The Decaf got a huge triple here, taking one down, and, it was just a double. But basically, Ivy and, to a lesser extent, Meteor were also able to really clean up house behind them. So, very good teamwork there. But now it is Zone's Inkblot.
Yeah, and I think, again, one of the maps we, especially Splatoon veterans from Splatoon 2, know all too well. It was a launch map, I believe, in that game. And honestly, I still love this map to bits. It is such a fun way to play this game. And even though the design is very simple, it does compose a fairly big challenge. But again, a weapon like the pencil can absolutely shine here the second it gets set up in the middle, and that is something that Corrupted Light have to avoid, because they noticed last game that not having range can be a tournament killer, can actually end your match if there's nothing that you can do about it. And now this is another map where that can definitely happen. However, Corrupted Light has one advantage here, as there are a lot more flanks available on this map than there were on Barnacle and Dimes, and they have to use them to the fullest extent in order to succeed. Also, getting locked out here is a bit more difficult due to the layout of spawn. It is a bit easier to move around that upper plat, which is not the case in Barnacle and Dime due to the way it is funneled towards the center. So that's some stuff they can take advantage of. But let's see how they're gonna face it off here in this tie-breaker set. Will Corrupted Light have another game like their first, or will Tapioca Bubbles set them where they think they belong? Let's see how this is going to go, as neither team again decided to change up their weapons because they don't think they need to. Both strategies are solid and both strategies have been proven that they would work here, Riley.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a significant comp shakeup here. It's just the pencil in terms of range here. Mid looking pretty split, but that is 3v3, never mind. We've got both teams just trying to get mid control at the moment, but Corrupted Light is going to take that first one as Yoshi's goes down. Pencil trying to put out a little bit of poking power. The Carbon does kind of retreat a little bit. Crab Tank could potentially do something huge, but a Zuka shot from across town takes it down. And that's huge, because now Corrupted Light is able to, not only extend their lead, but also just get even more paint. Look at Vapor there on the shark on the wall. They will get taken down, but still, it was very funny positioning here. And the machine sharking that ledge, also a very good position to be in. There is a bubble and a Zuka on the side of Tapioca Bubbles. Doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot, though. They are trying to get whatever picks they can, and the Decaf will get it off. Bubble's going to provide some help as well. They do get another one, and that will be zone for Tapioca Bubbles. Can they capitalize on this anymore? Yes, as they get one more huge hit.
I like the way of using a bubble as your opener, just forcing two players away from you and in a position where they can't really shoot against you because they are stuck inside the bubble. It's a very, very strong play by Yoshi's here, and proving that bubbler can also be used offensive and not only defensive. It's a very, very strong comeback for Tapioca Bubbles, who's now in a full lockdown mode, trying their hardest to not give Corrupted Light any space whatsoever. Committee, however, has a tri-strike ready. Zuka is also ready, and the pencil does go down. They were quite close to the Tacticooler too, meaning that Strike can do massive damage if there's no movement or respawn buff for Tapioca Bubbles to speak of. However, they did gain the lead. Tapioca Bubbles, Corrupted Light has lost it in a fast 54 penalty. It will be a minute before they get that back. Three players do go down on the side of Tapioca Bubbles, as is again Corrupted Light in control of the zone, but they're not quite setting up for a lockdown. They're waiting for the Tacticooler to be ready. They're waiting to get some more specials. Special Shot was close, and the Slush is also close. Special Shot does get splattered though. That will be a big loss for the Zuka. So will it be for the Tri-Strike, as the Slusher also goes down. Luckily, both of them, however, did have the Tacticooler, so the loss wasn't as bad. And now almost three specials at the ready in the middle of the map here for Corrupted Light, as Tactical Bubbles are doing everything they can to get back in control, as the lead has just swapped.
Yeah, I have no idea how Exoshi managed to avoid 2 Zuka shots, but regardless, yeah, Corrupted Light takes back control of zone, and it's just 2 down. The Carbon, not really in a position to do much fighting. The Pencil goes for the flank of all people. That is 2 down on the side of Tapioca Bubbles, though, and that will be Corrupted Light taking Game 3 in a rather convincing fashion.
Yeah, I don't think this game could have gone much better for Corrupted Bubbles for Corrupted Light as this one has gone. They have shown their very, very best here, also showing that you don't necessarily need some overpowered pencil to win, because they decided to just not do it and have Tacticooler their own way with that ends up election. Actually, somehow surviving all of that at the end of the game was astonishing. Same with that Crab Tank here, because of the Booyah Bomb. This survives too, but this is the moment I think that shines the most. The Stamper using the Bubbler to get a triple and instantly putting Tapioca Bubbles back into that game from something that looked like a big losing streak. Is a very, very strong play. However, it was not just quite enough, as Corrupted Light was just too strong and had just too many splats for Tapioca Bubbles to deal with a very, very good showing of splat zones. And with that, we'll be going on another small break to get our next set ready. If you look at the bracket here, complete of round 1 has been completed and round 2 is almost done as well. Something to note here is that team for seed 4 has already been eliminated by seed 13. That is something to look out for here. The One Piece is real is definitely on a little bit of a streaker. But however, I'm full from Thanksgiving. Seed 4 was, I guess, full from Thanksgiving. So they might be a little tired and potentially hang over. But we'll be going on a small break to get our next set ready. So don't go anywhere.
What's up, everybody? It is Riley and Hat once again for Triton-Cup 92 here on Dapple Productions, and we've got I'm Fat Now versus... I don't feel like trying to do the voice. It's The One Piece is Real.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be completely honest. As someone who missed this meme completely, I still don't understand it. I know it's from One Piece. I still don't understand it, and I don't think I'm at this point where I want to understand the meme. Anyway, switching it up from best of 3 to best of 5, starting off with Mako Mart. Gonna look at the team members for you
Indeed.
in a second to see if you have some notable players. We have Agrippa, Nilla, Ezra, and Hyper on one team, and Hayden, Cat, JJ, and Stars on the other, if you know any of these players, Riley.
Yeah, so I'm Fat Now. Previously, we had Oil from LEGO Fortnite. Here we've got Hayden, also from LEGO Fortnite. So that's pretty fun. And also, JJ is a notable player for free flow. I almost said free throw. They are a Brella player, and that's not really something you see people pushing all too often anymore. We will, I suppose, see some other perhaps funny weapons coming from the other side here. Nilla is somewhat familiar. I believe they are a tent player, but regardless, coming out here, we've got the big swig roller, and then also your the bamboo S-Blast and Sorella Brella. So these are going to be some comps.
I also like that Splatling. You don't see that Splatling. I believe it's the edit, right? It's the Splatling
Yes.
edit. It's
Heavy
also not
edit.
something. Yeah, heavy edit. You don't see that one all too often. At least I don't.
You used to, and then they nerfed it instead of pencil. I can't even begin to question why, but who cares? It's JJ going on a huge killing streak at the moment, getting a triple. Can they clutch out the quad here? Yeah, okay, that's the quad. But they will get brought down by Azad on the custom blaster here. But it's already 50 in favor of I'm Fat now, as Hayden cleans up rather nicely. It's just 2 down, but the Zuka on the side of One Piece could potentially make a huge play, but they do get brought down. Less than 30 now. JJ here on this ledge going to be kind of a problem, but they will get caught out by the Vac. Super Chumps coming out from the bamboo. The back shot does neutralize zone. They are trying with everything they can to keep it neutralized, but it's just the S-Blast there. They will not quite make it.
Very good effort from I'm Fat now for the 100-0. Unfortunately, eating too much at Thanksgiving does not allow you to have the 100-0. However, the can also not control that zone for all too long. Only 85 or only 15 points scored as 85 is still their remaining score. JJ again using the Trizuka gets, I believe, a split of forces 2 players in a corner. Gets 2 in a single shot. A very, very good play, pushing them back. However, I believe they had a technical there, so I don't think that much was going to be lost for the One Piece is real. I'm Fed now, however, looking at their penalty, that's almost done, and they don't have that much counter left for the regular score. Not a lot of players alive for the One Piece is real as well. There goes the game with 9 things remaining. The One Piece is real have to do something very, very quickly, but a Booyah Bomb will bring that to an end, as I am Fed now absolutely dominated the One Piece is real.
Yeah, I guess you could say that was a pretty big game. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, definitely shout out to JJ on that Brella. That kill streak there, kind of towards the start of that game, really got things rolling in their behavior, or rolling into their favor, so to speak. But yeah, I don't know, those are just... If I recall correctly, I believe S-Blast recently got a buff of some variety, so we may be seeing that, perhaps, if not more in this tournament, just kind of slightly more in general, so that's pretty fun. But yeah, these are still what I would consider to be relatively unorthodox comps, so it's fun to see something like that, you know, kind of like hyper-optimized type of thing do well. So let's see if they carry on over into the next match here.
Yeah, the next match will be Undertow Spillway. That's a long map. I think the One Piece is real. I think we'll also struggle against Amfet now as well, because their comp, as specific as it may be, would actually work very, very well on a very stretched out map like this one.
That's very true. So far, I mean, we've got like mostly members of the One Piece is real readied up at the moment, so I can't imagine that their kind of more conventional comp is going to change up all too much. If anything, like, I'm by no means a Brella expert, but I could maybe foresee Nilla or JJ switching to like Tent here, potentially, but moving into the game now, we do see the regular Brella and the plain old vanilla Bamboo Mark 1 coming from Hayden, and we're going to the Flingzorola from Agrippa and just the regular Splash for Nilla.
I like the missile pick. I think it will help a little bit, but I don't think it will help too much here, as Hayden still can absolutely spam their special more then the Flingza can really spam those missiles. And are missiles really still that strong? We don't see them used that much anymore. For a reason, missiles come out quite early though from that Flingza. Make no mistake, that's already pressure on I'm Fat Now, but I'm Fat Now puts way more pressure. You could say bigger pressure onto the One Piece is Real. The One Piece is Real does capture that zone, and 3 players are going down for I Am Fat Now, so it's a very back and forth opening with now One Piece looking out to defend and start to score some big points here, but I'm Fat moving incredibly fast on that battlefield, already forcing the One Piece back.
That's true. A very split game thus far, but looks like I'm Fat Now is, starting to make a little bit of headway into this game. The missiles are already coming out. It is a trade from the Flingza Roller. Killer Whale, though, is going to do pretty good of chipping the members, especially with JJ's Inkjet coming out as well, as they expand their lead even further.
Yeah, I don't think the One Piece is Real does have a lot of answers to everything, and I'm Fat Now is throwing at them. They're being forced back into the spawn, and this is almost a complete knockout now by I Am Fat Now. They don't even need to use the specials, they're just holding the One Piece back. They don't even have the turf to really grind out special anymore. The Spectacular does go out for the One Piece is Real, but I don't think it's gonna all that much. 2 players down though. The One Piece have to push really fast to start neutralizing that zone in order to stay in contention of this one. But that's not gonna happen. 2-0 early for I'm Fat Now. And there's only one more victory for them to continue, whilst the One Piece is Real really needs to get a reverse sweep.
Yeah, at the end there, it was really just kind of an unfortunate case of the members that went down having gone down, because it was just the Blaster and the Edit left alive. Blaster already doesn't paint much, and the Edit paints, it paints well, but it paints kind of slowly. And popping the triple splashdown at the end there, as we kind of saw, you've got that big kind of delay before it actually paints. So in a vacuum, that would have been a good play, but just not when you have that few points remaining. But still, very impressive performance from I'm Fat Now. Match point, though, moving forward, if anything is to be indicated by the sets we've already seen, this could potentially be some sort of turnaround. But regardless, we're going on to Mahi Zones.
Mahi will potentially be a bit more challenging for I'm Fat Now. Honestly, look how dominant they have been playing against the One Piece is Real. The One Piece is Real, apart from sort of looking like rushing in 1 by 1, they just can't win the fight, even a full-on team fight. The I'm Fat Now just proves to have much more coordination and focusing to damage one player at a time, whereas the One Piece is Real just, it looks like just throwing themselves into battle and hoping they get something out of it. And I'm Fat Now really playing this more calm and collected, giving up a tiny bit of zone points just to secure it for the longer run. It's a strategy that they are following with. They're following, and the One Piece is Real is throwing themselves into that battlefield left and right. So match point status now for I Am Fat Now, and the One Piece is Real has to really reverse it. But maybe, like you said, it will be a turnaround point where we can only speculate and only time will tell. And it looks like the heavy edit is gone in favor of a custom blaster, but everything else fairly looks the same. And I'm Fat Now still rocking that similar weapon comp, knowing that it will work just fine.
It's actually the N-Zap. They've had the Blaster the past 2 games.
Oh, they had the Blaster? I missed it, I'm sorry.
It is what it is. We've got the Thorella Brella and Bamboo Mark II coming back out, though. JJ is looking absolutely fearless here at the moment as they kind of go off to the side. Inkjet has been very powerful throughout the set as we see them take out that Flingza Roller there. And it's just the Shot who is the furthest up. They maybe... I don't even think they got the cooler, but regardless... that's the backline or closest thing to a backline going down on the side of I'm Fat Now. So we see them get slapped with a penalty pretty early in this game. But they're not taking zone back, though. They only just now do it. And now you've provided I'm Fat Now with an opportunity to not only push up, they've gotten paint around the zone, and they get the cooler. So kind of all for naught, as it were. And that's 2 down on the side of the One Piece is real. In fact, I think that's 3 down. And now Katz and Hayden and Nicholas here, that's the star player, are going to just wreak havoc in your spawn.
Yeah, the One Piece is real, struggling to find an opening. Nilla, however, does find a little gap. Can they make work of that? It looks like a get a splat, but quickly refragged by Nicholas. It was a very, very well thought out entry. Unfortunately, the execution was a bit less fortunate. 2 players do go down by JJ. Make that 3 with that inkjet. However, a couple players were also down for I'm Fat now. That does allow the One Piece Real to take control of that zone. And because they have no penalty, they can start pushing quite a bit of points here, pushing it to 72. However, I'm Fat now quick with the respawns. And again, putting it in their favor as it switches back yet again. This will be a back and forth part here. But the One Piece Real looks a bit more dominant on the middle of the map. As I'm Fat now lost 2 players. Make that delayed 3. And they're trying to get the splash back. They're trying to regain their composure and look for an opening. Nilla uses the Try-Zuka to get some ground in and try to form one of the special way. JJ again with the inkjet, gets rid of the splash. Looking at the blaster, gets rid of the blaster too. The ends up's next. Also, that player does go down. Triple splat by JJ as I am Fat now taking control of that zone once again. The One Piece is real. As quickly as they went in, as quickly were they executed out of the middle.
It's very true. Lead does go into the favor of the One Piece is real, and but at the same time, I'm Fat now was able to burn through their penalty pretty quickly, and now they've got lead again, and it's just 30 ticks away from lead here. The members of the One Piece is real stuck in their spawn a fair bit, and Hayden is close to the Super Chumps, which could make things even more precarious. Just 10 ticks here, and JJ on this inkjet is going to make a lot of progress here. Agrippa, though, doesn't quite go down. The triple splashdown doesn't quite cap zone, though, but that is going to be I'm Fat now, taking that game and the set.
Yeah, One Piece is real. So close, but not close enough to continue on here. And we can say a lot. We can definitely say here is that I am Fat now absolutely dominated this, and with a little cheeky fist bump at the end to seal the deal and pushing themselves forward into this tournament. I do want to say that this was the closest game of the 3, so the One Piece is real was learning from the experiences against I am Fat now, but it was just such a commanding lead from that team, not letting the game very much slip at all. Only once in the 3rd game they let it slip a little bit, but only for a couple seconds, as they were quick to regain their composure and make quick work of the One Piece is real. And I think with this quickie over, we might have to win, or we have to wait a little bit before we have our next set at ready. So I'm thinking we're going on another small break, waiting for the semis. And welcome back to Triton-Cup, still with Head and Riley here on the microphone, going to the winners semis 2s is the one we're gonna spectate. It will be Blue Lock against Viva La France, Phoenix, Urza, Jay Sora, and Mikey against Agro Silver Yeti and Huli. Urza, a very, very famous European player, played for Alliance Rogue and also won EU Championship here as well as a European player. I've met him once, a long time ago, and I haven't really talked to him much. I don't know much about other players. Really, Phoenix also from France, but I don't know too much about him as my Splatoon knowledge has gone down a tiny little bit. However, we are going to start it off in this best of 5 on my Ruins Splat Zones.
I believe Phoenix is actually German, but I'm not here to be the fact checker. The other players, I believe, are French indeed, though. And also of note, Jazor on the French flag team is it was also briefly on Alliance Rogue, so that's pretty cool. But yes, Zones Umami, once again making an appearance here. Again with the relatively lockout-heavy zones map, so we'll have to see the comps going into this. I don't remember exactly what weapon Urza plays at this point of the game. Jay is a Charger player. Phoenix used to play Nautilus in Splatoon 2. Can't really speak on the rest of them though.
No, me so I have to look at what they're gonna play once all of them are ready up. We are in the lobby waiting for it to ready up, but it's taking a little bit of time as neither team wants to ready up early. You think you get your compositions ready before your first game, but I guess it is not how it works. At least I do that. It does look like Blue Lock is ready more early than it is Viva La France or Flag FR. It's just a flag emoji, the French flag emoji, which doesn't load on sandu.inc on my computer, nor did we decide to put it on the stream here, as I think Discord emote name is way more funny. And I don't think our tool does support emojis as of yet. Both teams are almost at ready. It is 3-on-3 for both of these teams, and I'm very, very much on they're going to bring here on this table, because I think this will be a pretty high stakes match here.
Yeah, we can just call them the French team for the record, but yeah, off the cuff, I mean, with the other team here, Blue Lock, again, Argo, Silver, Yeti, and Poulet. Poulet and Yeti, those are names that I'm much more familiar with. But again, I'm not really sure from a weapon perspective. I want to say that in Splat 2, Yeti was a support armor player. So again, not really too sure. Maybe they'll come through with the Zap or something. But we are now in the game though, so no need to complain any further. We've got the regular blaster and a bucket coming out on the side of, I believe that's the French team, and the Decav coming out once more alongside a T-Tech for Blue Lock.
Man, I really like the Tenatech pick. It really brings me back to my 2 days where we all grinded out the Tenatech. Both teams are very here, but French team is the first team to secure a splat and secure the zones, pushing in deeper. You see the splasher does go down for the French team. The 2 players go down for Blue Lock, allowing the French team to push in further and start creating a very, very early lockout here on Umai. Ruins Tri-Strike or Tri-Super goes out. Doesn't do all too much for the French team. And now with specials from Blue Lock, they are allowed to push in and get some splats in, not enough, as the French team is still holding on to their lockout.
For sure, and I mean the shot all the way pushed up here as you would probably want it to be. And they're not getting a lot of support though from the teammates right this very second here. Tri-Strikes don't seem to be doing a whole lot to neutralize zone, but the T-Tech is going to go in and fight. They do bring down the bucket there, but Mickey on the side doing blaster things, using their AoE effectively. I believe they were also able to take out the Zipcaster here. It's just Fi or something here on the Decav. They do go down, so it is ultimately a delayed wipe, but that's still a lot of time kind of wasted as 2 go down on the side of the French team. And, I mean, they do have control of zone, but not for that much longer. And you've got those tri-strikes, which will not only give you paint, but create a potential opening, but not if the French team has anything to say about it, because they take 2 down.
Yeah, the French team does not like to mess around here. As I said, that 3 players do go down on the side of the French team, allowing Blue Lock to capture that zones. But they're struggling to get a full-on capture. They're struggling to take the full control. It's another set of 3 players down, and finally capture both of the zones and start to score some points of their own. The French team holding this for a very, very long time, almost half the game here, and pushing the 38 is a very respectable opening score. But now Blue Lock is actually locking down the French team quite a bit. The French team now struggling to get in. Gets spotted on the Stamper though, and this might be the opening that they have been looking. Might be the to get back in, but the blaster gets splattered by a cheeky suction bomb. Missed that one, and that will allow Blue Lock to hold on a little longer and swap the lead for themselves, as the French is struggling to find the opening that they are looking.
Yeah, just 20 ticks away from a win here. The decap does go down though. The bubble could be potentially huge, especially with, you know, that paint boost it has. Mickey's in a spot to potentially get take 2 down with 1 shot. They do bring 1 down. 1 zone is neutralized. The decav on the side of Blue Lock is currently engaged in a different fight though, so there's not a whole lot of defense that can happen. And indeed, that's French team taking back zone rather quickly. And again, that cooler is going to, you know, tighten their grip on that choke point even more so.
Yeah, that choke point is a massacre of a battlefield here. For both teams, we're struggling to get out of that. And the second you do, it's actually a very, very easy way towards the center, towards zone capture. But getting through the checkpoint is a major obstacle on Umaya Ruins. And Blue Lock is struggling right now as the French team is holding it very, very tight, very, very secure. However, they are nowhere near a tactic cooler. It's only now that they are near the tactic cooler, but the tactic cooler is already out for Blue Lock, and they got out of the choke point. Let's see if they can get back in. Tactic cooler now online. French timing is perfect because Blue Lock just ran out, and they're all pushing in without a boost, without a quick respawn. And with that, the French team holds on to their choke point. They've not captured the lead yet, but there's only 3 players alive for Blue Lock. So they have to make something work, and they have to do it quickly. Both your Stampers down and your T-Tag. That is going to be game over, as nobody can return in, taking game 1 for the French team.
Yeah, we saw the decav go for a pick on the pencil, and they went punished because of that. Honestly, I think that if the decav did get a clutch pick onto Jay, that probably would have been Blue Lock taking that game, but just barely slipping through and able to hold on to, you know, control there. Because, I mean, you had the tri-strikes coming out for a potential opening. You did have the Stamper go down before then, though. But, I mean, it's one of those cases where you have a minute left in the game, and you don't really have to pull off some huge point. You just have to hold on to lead, however, as best you can. And, I mean, but the other team was, like, out of penalty, so that could have potentially put on quite a bit of pressure. Like, they had to rush for it. But, I mean, regardless, that still, all told, was a pretty close game, but still, impressive performance from the French team, as to be expected. Moving on to the second game, though, you might have to contemplate potential map, or comp changes, because we've got Undertow Spillway once more, which I didn't really bring this up before, but I don't, like, do people play this map mode? Because I don't think it was played at all. And, I mean, maybe it got tweaked in a map mode, or people decided that it was good now, or it's just a byproduct of having a zones-only tournament, but I don't really feel like people play this map mode, and as such, it's unclear of really what the meta for this looks like exactly.
You'd be surprised how often it actually gets picked by a team. In a tournament, usually most sets will have one of these teams pick this map as a more last resort option if some maps are already picked by both teams or some maps are not allowed. And it does create some interesting strategies. So you'd be surprised how often this map is picked for, honestly, any game mode actually. Rainmaker as well is also something that this map is fairly often picked for.
Oh
and
yeah,
probably
for sure.
because of its more unique layout, and it does actually create some unique opportunities to start pushing in from the glass top. However, the flanking on this map isn't super ideal, so it is not picked too often here for some. But I'm guessing people started changing opinions on that one, as both of these teams are already looking to capture a zone, but 2 players go down, 3 players go down on Blue Lock, as they have a very poor opening. That is not something going to happen in the first 15 seconds of the game, allowing the French team to already secure both zones and start putting their lockout as early as the first 30 seconds. Blue Lock is struggling to get out Tri-Strike to get the zone capture, to get the zone neutralization and get 2 players down, but the French team quickly counters with 2 splats of their own, meaning the Blue Flock is on a very neutral playing field here.
Yeah, Miki got, I believe, a triple to start at that game, so, you know, as we kind of saw in round 2 with that Marlin Zones game, that can really just unravel a game before it even fully begins. Also, worth noting, the 52 gal from Urza, that could be potentially very good, because, I mean, it's just such a strong main weapon, but also the Killer Whale is good for chip potential, as we saw in the previous Undertow Zones game. Zone neutralized, though, Blue Lock takes control for the first time. Stamper does do a good job of taking out the pencil, though, so it's currently completely neutral, but Blue Lock will take control once more, as Miki is looking for some sort of opening. The problem with Blaster is that you can't really make much of an opening on your own. You really have to rely on teammates for that, though, and it seems like it's pretty split in mid at the moment, but Blue Lock is not giving up, and in fact, they might extend, maybe even take lead here just a little bit.
Yeah, they're extending their push quite a longer than the French team expected them to push. They also pushed a lot further than I expected them to push. However, now the pencil does go in, does create some chaos. 2 players down on the side of Blue Lock, only 1 player down on the French team. Make that delay, 3 players down. Easy recapture for the French team, but just in the nick of time, only 6.6, and that would have been swapped. 52 goes out by Urza, but gets splattered by their own special bomb thrown at it, and they were at the wrong side of that wall by avoiding every single Tri-Strike turn against the splashdown as well, looking for that decaf, but was not able to find them. And now it is still the French team in control, as Blue Lock again struggling to find an opening. As I say that, however, they do capture 1 zone as seconds of capture for the French team, but Blue Lock here still losing more players on average than the French team is. And I see another splash goal killed there against Earth.
That's the best. But yeah, 2 down on the side of the French team here. Make that 3 down, but the strikes will delay zone just a little bit further here. Mortals on the Stamper does a good job of taking them down. They really need to get that zone, though. They're not capitalizing as fully as they could be on this man advantage. Bubble coming out is going to do them some good here. And we see Poulet here on the Slosher trying to create some sort of opening. But, excuse me, wrong team. Urza pushing, though, on 52 gal once more, trying to get through this penalty and extend their lead maybe a bit further here. Tri-Strikes coming out, potentially creating some sort of opening, pushing back the Stamper here a little bit, but the Zipcaster might just be able to do something about it. Also, the custom Blaster with the splashdown, getting 2 picks on top of that here, make that a full wipeout and the requisite squid bag.
It wouldn't be a Splatoon tournament without a proper squid bag. Some people say it's extremely toxic. I think it's just part of video games, and it should definitely still be in, especially as this game doesn't have all the fancy emotes like Fortnite does. It's the best, next to best thing. 10 ticks left for the French team to get another victory, and with 3 players down on Blue Lock, that game is as good as secured, as it will be 2-0 and match point status for the French team.
Yeah, again, though, that game looked really quite closer than the previous one did. It seemed like Blue Lock was maybe going to, you know, hold on to lead there pretty comfortably for a little bit there. But Miki on the Blaster really single-handedly changed the flow of that game. I think they were definitely the MVP there, because, I mean, you have to consider, I think there was the opening triple, And then whatever that was towards the end, again, Squid Bag, requisite, kind of justified maybe in that case, make of that what you will. But yeah, they definitely put in a lot of work that game, because I mean, yeah, Blaster on zones might be a bit unorthodox, but like in this case, as long as you have support from your teammates, you can really make a lot work, like with you know, getting picks and whatnot, because it's really just so strong from an aggressive standpoint. Very different.
Yeah, looking at some of these replays here from both teams, I think a lot of very, very good plays were that Blaster overall in this game. Absolutely shredding, like you just said. And we're going to our third game in this set. Match point for the French team. And this is the world famous Mako Mart. Here's a little fun fact actually. When we had the original EU Championship, that was back in, I believe, 2017. So that's quite a long time ago. That was in Switzerland. We all got to make little player cards based on some facts that Nintendo. And one of the facts was your favorite map and why. And I jokingly said Mako, because at the time I was working in a grocery store, so I thought it would be fitting to pick that map as my favorite.
Nice. I enjoy that. I have to wonder if there were any other kind of noted instances of that. But yeah, Mako Mart, it's existed for darn near 7 years at this point. I mean, what do we have to say? I mean, it's strong. We've seen the bucket come out. That's probably going to be strong here. And in fact, I actually kind of stand corrected because we see them switch off to the dualies. But Carbon Roller, also extremely strong on this map mode in particular. Meanwhile, Blue Lock coming through with the same comp that we saw in the previous 2 games. Actually, just the first game. My bad, because Yeti was playing regular V-Shot.
I like the dually pick a lot. I also like the 10 attack pick a lot, even though as the Octoshot, which is the honestly cooler variant of the weapon, especially for the Splatoon 1 veterans like me. But I like this pick. I like switching it up a little bit. The Blue Lock, sorry, the French team is trying to be a little bit different, trying to try out some new strategies against this team. And Garbo, like you said, on this map, extremely strong with all the ledges. The dualies can work with the fast drop if you can make it work, but it is a very difficult. Tri-Strike coming out against the French team, and now they don't look as dominant after the weapon switch. It looks like Blue Lock has this game way more in control, with averaging way more map control than the French team has. Splats are relatively equal, I would say, but it is now a game of map control, and it looks like Blue Flag is the one winning it. Or sorry, Blue Lock is the one winning it.
That is potentially true, but a pick on the Stamper was enough to kind of neutralize zone here. P on the Crab Tank there, putting out quite a bit of pressure in conjunction with the Pencil here. Though they're still holding on to zone rather convincingly. The Cooler, though, is going to, you know, facilitate a offensive push here. Still holding on to zone, though. The Tri-Strike's doing a pretty good job. The bubble from the Decavitator proved to be very clutch there in the particular moment. But the French team does take control of zone, albeit, however, brief. But Miki with a very clutch Zuka shot there, and it's 2 down on the side of Blue Lock. So now it's potentially time for them to move forward. And here you go. You've got the Carbon sharking on that ledge. Does Immortals on the Stamper know that it's coming? I think they jumped away, so potentially, and indeed that's what they did.
Yeah, French Flag finally getting some control off that middle part of the map is something they were looking for, but I don't think how they're going to keep it for that long. It's Blue Lock already going in quite deep, trading in the middle of the map. It is the Decav against the Carbon Roller, which is definitely an advantage of the Carbon Roller, as they had a tactical boost on them, as the Stamper, or as the Carbon Roller did, not allowing Blue Lock to go in faster than French Flag is. 2 players down again on the French team. I don't know why they switched to the dualies, but I don't think that was the best switch. Now they're struggling quite a ways against Blue Lock here. 52 from Urza trying their best against the Stamper, but again gets a trade rather than a clean splat. That is not what they've been looking for right now. They're looking for those clean splats, those clean wipes, and it's a struggling game for the French Flag. They're going in deep. Mikey looking for an opening with the Carbon Roller, looking for a cheeky splat, but gets disrupted by a Stamper using their special head to force out away from the block. Gets a very good pick on the Decav, but it gets noticed and trades. The zone is now in control of the French flag, but for how long will they keep it if there are two players fighting to neutralize it?
Yes, for sure. The trade there was very huge, but you had two members of the French team able to paint zone. But Blue Lock takes back control of zone fairly quickly, although they do go 2 down. There's not much penalty on the side of the French team, though, and you really don't want to give these guys any room to breathe if you're at this point of the game. And going 1 down there is potentially very huge, because you've got the dually coming in. Crab Tank in your spawn is not great, and Miki getting another pick on the Stamper, not so great either. We see the decav repositioning, trying to make sure that everyone is out of their base, and at this point just focus on getting specials, but you lose your decav. Perhaps focus on staying alive first, but I mean, you've got that cooler, so that's not a whole lot to be done about that. And the tri-strikes do come out, but you've got everyone able to paint around it. Zone is neutralized, though. It's just the pencil left alive, and it's 20 ticks left. There's not really much of a way in unless Immortals is able to get some sort of miracle pick on the Stamper, which hasn't happened yet, and that's 3 down. That's the French team taking the lead, just barely, and that's going to be them taking that set.
I don't know what Blue Lock did at the end, but they let it go. I don't know what happened. The second they got splattered quite badly. I believe like 2 down. Got set back to their spawn. Crab Tank in that spawn, and after that it was chaos for Blue Lock, rushing in 1 by 1. The panic mode activated. You could literally see the game slip from their fingers. 7 ticks to left to being KO'd by the opposing team. It is definitely a tale of Splatoon, but that's what happens in this game, and that's what happens when you play against top players such as Urza and Phoenix. Now, a very, very well commanded game and very well commanded set by the French team as they 3-0'd this team, going to advance to the winners finals. I know Pat might just be very happy about that one, rooting for his home country's team. We'll be taking a small break to prepare the winners finals, but don't go anywhere, as it will be deluxe. As it will potentially be deluxe or I Am Fed Now. Both of these teams have a very good chance. We saw I'm Fed Now earlier, and they are 1-0 against Deluxe, but Deluxe being seed 1 might have something to say about that.
That's very true. I mean, I'd expect nothing less from, like, you know, kind of still top-level players to, you know, make it this far. But still, interested to see who is their match, so to speak. So we will be back for winners finals.
Get ready for the next battle, ladies and gentlemen, they, them, servitors in between. My name is SPF Dark, and we're coming at you live here at Dapper Productions to bring you yet another edition of Triton-Cup. Now, before I get too ahead of myself, though, I am joined by with somebody here today.
Hello everyone, it's Pat, and yes, we took over the stream. We had the time was coming and Hat and Riley had to go. It is our turn on the mic now, and we get treated for our opening game, Dark. We get to go with scene number 1 versus scene number 2 for winners finals of this tournament. It's Deluxe versus the French flag itself.
Yeah, the French flag, indeed. I was looking at that. I had to take a moment to try and process of elimination what flag they're specifically referring to with the SR, and then I realized, wait, it's just the French flag. Why didn't hit sooner? But yes, no. For seed number 1, seed number 2, there's gonna be. I can already tell there's gonna be a hell of a start with Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime all night too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Barnacle and Dime. It's a great map to open because that's the kind of map that's very even in terms of what it offers. I feel like, I mean, of course, long-range weapons get a huge boost onto there, especially Jason Hawk on the side of French flag is probably one of the best snipers in France, if not Europe. And really pay attention to that. On the side of Deluxe, I mean, they have incredible players as well. But that's the kind of map that allows any team to really shine as long as they have good control, as long as they are able to push. It's also a map where if one team really gets a good lead, they can absolutely roll over you, because getting a push on there, it takes time. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah, it is a very lockout heavy map here, so it's very integral that you keep in mind how much space you have to work with and not try and lose as much space for incoming pushes. But we see here already, right out the gate, 2 pencils, which is probably going to be using that long range you mentioned here to try and take as much space already. But I'm also intrigued by the double blasts on each side.
Yeah, both teams bringing a blaster. I mean, blasters have been on the rise. Blasters have been working pretty well. Including these short-range blasters. I know that these are not the same blasters. On one side we have the bubbler, on the other side we have the triple splashdown.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting dichotomy to see. Both blasters kind of have their own use cases here, and already it seems that both are having some success on one over the other. But the French flag is now having the main control over the splat zone here, and they're looking to try and lock out Deluxe as best they can, especially with that impactful pick of the pencil.
Yeah, right now Deluxe are behind, but they have a lot of specials at the ready. And here comes the killer whale, here comes the wait! Getting in and getting the splats. The French flag is holding strong, and now with the big bubbler in front of the spawn, French flag are going to be in a very, very big position right now. Deluxe, they need to run at the zone and paint as fast as they can. They don't have much time. It's do or die now.
Do or die indeed. 26 remaining, 1 picks on both sides. It's gonna bring a mad red rush for the splat zone, but the French flag holds on strong. 10 ticks remaining. Deluxe needs to make something happen here now if they want to stay alive in the game. Just in the nick of time, they managed to get that zone flip and punish the French flag.
It is not over. We have a game. Deluxe has not only the map, the middle of the map, they have numbers advantage, and it's their turn to push forward. Now Deluxe are giving a taste of French flag's medicine. But here comes the answer. With 2 players down, it looks like French flag will have a good push to go now.
A good push that was solemnly slowed down by that last-ditch effort splashdown from the blaster, and now the French flag are struggling to push in, taking their own medicine. As you mentioned, Deluxe is now shoving French flag as far back as best they can, but they lost 2 players in the process. They're slowly closing that lead, but I don't think they'll be able to hold on to that lead for that zone for long enough to take the lead after the ink strikes are coming in. But the counter ink strikes comes out. There's a 5-tick difference between these 2 teams. It's gonna be trying to see who can get take control of the zone, and they lost the control zone with just 1 point remaining!
French flag being able to stay in the lead by a hair, but we're only halfway through the game right now. I expect both teams to get near that KO zone very soon. I mean, we're still painting around the zone, and now we're back to neutral, which we haven't had since the start of the game.
A neutral that is very much volatile at this point of this game right here. Both of these teams are just using almost pretty much every single special they have on cooldown as soon as it comes up. And now Deluxe has regained control of the zone, but not without their own trades. 1-for-1 loss, and the French Flag are looking to try and capitalize off that and take the zone once again. Not a lot of penalty points are being chipped off from both teams, so it's just going to be a matter of who can dominantly win these team fights and take a real strong control here, as both these teams are just going for blow at this point.
And it's more important, the teams have been trading penalty right there, putting a lot of splats onto each other. I mean, the zone is yellow right now, but with the amount of penalty and Deluxe getting back onto the zone, it doesn't matter as much, especially with the splat onto the pencil. Deluxe right now, if they're able to chase Elsa away, they could get a lot of control, but the rest of French Flag had the time to come back, and we're back to a fight for the zone going into the last minute, Doc.
The last minute indeed. It's just a constant fight for Footsies here to try and reclaim as much of an advantage as he can. The first pick does go for the French Flag, meaning Deluxe has open freeway to try and maintain their control here. Their aim strike does come in, and they flip the zone, giving a few extra penalty points for Deluxe to slow their game down. 48 seconds remaining, but French Flag lost another player, another 2 players with the splash shot. That could be the third. No, barely escaping with their lives. It's just now a fight for control on this platform.
The double by the blaster right now, but it's not enough yet. French Flag still needs to get a push, and they have 30 seconds left in this game. Here comes the triple link strike coming in there, painting as much as they can, and that's another flip onto the zone. With 20 seconds left, Deluxe need not only to take control of the zone, they need to keep it and win in overtime.
This game's definitely gonna have to go to overtime if Deluxe wants to win this. Only 30 ticks remaining on their penalty points and into lead swap. This is very integral on how they play out this game here. The pressure is building. The first pick does fall for the French Flag, meaning Deluxe has the time and the opportunity to try and play it out as fast as they can, but 2 does go down with Deluxe. French Flag needs to rush in to try and get there, and they lost the lead in the nick of time, just like that!
French Flag, they were winning that fight, they were winning that push, but they ran out of time, and this is what happens, Doc. Game number 1 goes to Deluxe.
Man, oh man, French Flag put one hell of a fight here to try and make sure they can keep Deluxe down as long as they did, especially with the first 2 minutes of that game, just having such a dominant hold here, bringing their points all the way down to like 5 remaining off of that single hold. That's really well done from them, but Deluxe held strong, man.
Yeah, both teams traded blow for blow, getting in there in the end. That was one extra fight that decided the game, that allowed Deluxe to simply stay in control a little bit longer. I mean, French Flag were there. They're almost able to repeat their control over the zone, but a bit too late this time. Not able to keep their lead. But that was just game number 1. And given what we've seen here, we're gonna see more. We're gonna see more. We are now going on to Museum di Alfonsino. A bit more elevation, a bit more ledges, and a bit more play for the blasters, I hope.
Yeah, I mentioned this time and time again, I'll keep mentioning it this time and time again, I am a blaster player and a blaster enjoyer through and through, so I like seeing this map as a blaster player. You mentioned the ledges, you mentioned the verticality, there's a lot of different angles that you play around just to be an annoying little rat and being able to just poke out your opponents, not letting them any foot to mid. I would be surprised if they swapped off the blasters here.
Yeah, and let's see what these teams are bringing. Remember, it's still best of 5 territory. There's much time, and we see a custom range blaster this time. Meanwhile, Mocho is bringing back the custom regular blaster. I mean, these splashdowns, they were working on Barnacle. Let's see if they're able to do the same here on the Museum.
Yeah, Splashdown really is it's a very high impact special to use right as you're about to get splashed. You're used to try and contest the zone here, and it's very good value if you can use it right. But if you keep getting shut down over and over again, it may not be the special you might want to see. But here, Deluxe already getting that 2 opening, get the zone flip, and they're looking to try and flush the French Flag out. But there's only 1 player remaining left from French Flag, meaning Deluxe has to carefully play out the remaining time here.
Yeah, we see very much a back and forth around the zone. Both teams fighting for it. It looks like French Flag has a bit of paint advantage, but they don't know that there's a blaster behind them. If this... I mean, this could come at a high cost for French Flag, but right now, ooh, they're getting all the splats. It's a wipeout on French Flag. They have all the control, no penalty. They're getting onto the platform. If they're able to establish themselves on that spinner, they could get a lot of points.
Trying to set themselves up for a proper lockout here. It's a very hard thing to push past this spinner, but the Lux are doing a wonderful job here, using that splash shot to create some space, to create some chaos on that spinner so they can properly retake it, and using the killer on top of that to push French Flag back further and further into the tri-strikes. It's such a beautiful coordination here, but with 2 down for the Lux, 3 down for the Lux, French Flag is able to hold strong, and they're only at 10 of 17 ticks remaining.
The power of French Flag right now, completely holding the zone and punishing everybody from Deluxe who are trying to paint, but it's too late. With 1 wipeout, French Flag took total control of the map and played it beautifully, not letting Deluxe get anywhere near the zone here.
Man, Deluxe have the right ideas, training their specials to scatter French Flag out to push them back into the other specials, but it kind of fell apart there as they're pushing past Spinner, and they weren't able to recontest once French Flag was able to hold themselves, establish themselves very well in mid. It was such a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, incredible gameplay right there. I mean, Deluxe, they had good moves, but in the end, they were outplayed in that single spot. And then French Flag played their advantage perfectly. Just made sure that Deluxe could not get away with simply running in, with getting back control of their plat. Just to get back control of their plat, Deluxe had to fight incredibly hard, use their specials right there, and that allowed French Flag to keep the zone longer. We're now 1-1. And fun fact, these maps, Deluxe won on the map chosen by French Flag, and French Flag won on the map chosen by Deluxe. So, I mean, the next map is chosen by French Flag, but it's Mahi Resort, and both of these teams, I'm pretty sure, love this map.
Yeah, Mahi Resort is such. I love watching it get played, and it's just such an interesting map, and overall, it doesn't really become a real map until the 60-point mark when the water level drops. So really, you're fighting to try and get that first zone hold and just ride out those 40 points, because having a good hold on mid means your enemy team just can't push into you until the water level drops and the map opens up.
Yep, and right now we see a Splatalas Temper coming on the side of Deluxe. Mocha dropping the blaster, giving it to that kid while grabbing the Stamper. That's going to be more mid-range fighting for Deluxe, which will allow them to counter the 2 short-range shooters that French Flag had.
2 short-range shooters might be a bit of an easy go for the range blast to go up against, and it's looking like just a bloodbath here in mid. Constant back and forth fighting. Specials being used one after another. Tacticalers at the ready for a French Flag to try and leverage it to force Deluxe out, but it's not looking good in their favor. 2 for 2. It's just constant back and forth trading here in mid, before French Flag are finally able to set themselves up properly.
Yeah, very nice control by French Flag. Now they have the paint. Water hasn't dropped though. We're still very early in the game, and Deluxe are preparing their push. They already have the strikes at the ready. And oh, they have to dodge the Kraken though. Kraken deep into there is going to be punished after that. But that doesn't matter. Phoenix is also falling through, and French Flag, they're snowballing this. They're not stopping, dog.
Is there becoming once again another lockout here for French Flag, keeping the Lux out from mid, not letting them have any breathing room to step foot into mid. It is becoming a very dangerous situation for them here. 30 seconds, 30 ticks remaining on this flat zone. I mean, they gotta do something here and now if they want to try and contest the zone. And with the ink strikes looking to be used so they can actually contest the zone, but the counter strikes from French Flag means that those ink strikes kind of get nullified here. And it's gonna mad dash for the zone to try and contest it long, but they can't flip it in time. They can't flip it in time. There's only 1 player remaining for the French Flag before finally able to get that zone.
I feel like Ezra could have stayed on the zone, painted it, and gotten a few more points for their team. But right now, Deluxe are finally in control of the zone, and they have a huge comeback to produce. But they have 3 minutes to do so. If they're able to simply keep their feet on the ground and paint the zone. They could get it, Mickey. Activating the Kraken, getting one with it, and that is 3 down onto Deluxe. French Flag is back in control.
That was a very good collapse from French Flag on Deluxe. Just one by one send them back to the respawner, and now they're looking to set themselves up for yet another lockout here. There's tri-strikes that are ready to slow them down if they break past their defenses here, and Deluxe are slowly biding their time, but they can't wait too long. Those penalty points are slowly getting chipped away, and with that first pick, it's going to be opening for Deluxe so they can actually get some momentum going, especially with the tactical and the intracts coming in. It's going to be a fight for that zone that they need to go now!
They need to go now, indeed. There's only a few seconds left, and Deluxe is late. They can't paint the zone right now. All they have is the Kraken. Kraken can't paint. It's going to be game number 3 for French Flag.
The last 2 games, the really big thing that's been troubling Deluxe is getting locked out. French Flag has been doing such a good job of just keeping them properly staggered, holding the right sort of angles. That way that whenever Deluxe does try to push in, they get splattered out immediately. It's such a hard thing that Deluxe has been going to try to push up the French Flag that they really need to figure out what they have to do to fix it. So on to their next game, because they're at match point now.
Yeah, Deluxe, they need the pushing power now. French Flag showed that pushing onto them is so hard. And Deluxe, I mean, switching their comp right there allowed them to fight a bit better, but that wasn't enough. They don't need to fight, they need to push, and they need to win these pushes. That wasn't working for them. French Flag is now 1 game away from going on to Grand Finals, and the next game is going to be on Crab Leg Capital. We're going to see more of these pencil actions, Doc.
Yeah, Crab Leg Capital is definitely going to be the mainstay for these pencils. It's genuinely just such a wide open map with those grades and a lot of like reaching power that you can have with the pencils that I don't think that those can be taken away here. But the one thing I did notice for Deluxe and French Flag here is that really a lot of the opening pushes that keeps Deluxe pushed out is how French Flags focus on the pencil from Deluxe before going on to everyone else. I think making sure that you have a good eyesight on your own pencil and making sure that they don't get dove upon, I think that's going to be their key here.
Yeah.
The second French Flag have an advantage, they go forward. They dive in. They get in and they punish you as close to your spawn as they can. And by creating that surprise, they completely disrupted whatever Deluxe was trying to do, because Deluxe was busy fighting in their own spawn when they wanted to prepare a push. Right there, I mean, Deluxe, again, they need to find a counter to that. They need to stop French Flag from going in. They need to get pushes that work, and for that they need to stay coordinated.
Yeah, it's coordination really is going to be the key here. French Flag has been doing phenomenal on their end for coordination, just being able to go target after target after target and keep them properly staggered. And Deluxe, even though they have good moments here against French Flag, it's just getting outshone by how well French Flag has been doing here. And at here match point, you really don't have any other options other than just to put in your entire heart here to stay alive for one more game at the very least, and I am very intrigued by that Rapid Blaster.
A Rapid Blaster, it gives... Oh, wait, it's not the only backline. Yeah, I mean, it's a mid line. It's a good mid line. And the thing is, it allows you to... on this map, both the Rapid Blasters are incredibly powerful. They can poke anywhere incredibly fast, and poking power when you're on a great, a blaster poking at you is very much a problem, and having that speed that the Rapid Blasters give you allows you to take control, and that's exactly what the French Flag are doing right now. They are in control of the zone, forcing Deluxe to use all of their tricks, but it's not enough with 2 players down. That Zipcaster is completely alone, is going to get called out. And there's no push for Deluxe right there.
Yeah, it's a very hard situation right here. French Flag is setting themselves up once again for a lockout, using that pencil in mid, a very safe space for it to try and just keep Deluxe zoned out proper. This Zonda Snapper on the right side is going to be trying to dive the French flag, but it goes down for a 1-for-1 trade. That's not what you want to see at this point. Even though the remaining members of your team did get the zone here, it may not be enough at the end of the day for French flag has such a huge presence, especially with 2 down from the Izuka.
What a Zuka by Urza right there. Deluxe are not happy. They put down the tactical, but now they have to jump, they have to get in to grab it as all of French flag are waiting for them. I want that fight right there. And Dog, there isn't that much penalty, honestly. Deluxe needs to fight, needs to take control.
You really need to take control here, and with those 2 picks, 3 picks, this is definitely the shift Deluxe wants here, trying to go and fish out that last remaining member from the French flag, forcing them to jump out. That's a virtual wipeout there for them, which sets them up so they can get their own with lockout going here. But French flag are splitting up, slowly trying to drive their attention away, but that may not be the play here. That Rapid Blaster does go down to the Sonic Stamper, giving Deluxe a bit extra time here for their hold.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate a team like Deluxe once they have that control, once they have that momentum. Ooh, Jason able to win the pencil jewel right there and allowing the rest of the team to get in, but the rest of the team is falling down. Deluxe are holding the zone. It looks like we might go to a game 5, Dark.
Game 5 might be the possibility here. 2-3 down for Deluxe. Their dreams for a game 5 got shut down in the home for minutes. French flags decided no, they want to end this set here and now.
It is not over. 2 more minutes in the game. French flag want it and know that they can take back. All they need to do is stay in control right now. Huge, big Bible Blaster. There's still numbers advantage for French flag, and with a Crafton deployed above these grades, this is going to be so rough for Deluxe. Mocha is just getting in with the stumper, and we're close to a lead swap right now. 2 down onto Deluxe. They need to paint. They're so close to flipping the zone, but French flag has the numbers and the paint. They're gonna stay in control right there. We're now just a few seconds away from the end of this game. And it's going to happen! French flag beats their seed and get a 3-2-1.
That is an upset there for Deluxe. They had it at the very end, but French flag were able just to lock in and wipe them out from the board and just completely reset things as they take control over mid. Deluxe was unfortunately snubbed at the very end, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean, this game looked almost over for French flag. They were behind. They were just 3 seconds away from defeat, but they simply ran forward, splatted everything in their path and painted the zone just in the nick of time. Incredible save and incredible control here by French flag. I mean, 2 of his 4 games were dominated by French flag. The other 2 games were close. That's French flag really making a statement, but they're here to win it.
Here to win it indeed. What a close set that was, and it's unfortunate that Deluxe cannot or did not end up winning this set over French flag as they are sent to the losers bracket. And man, oh man, what a bracket it's going to be here, folks. We see here we're still waiting on a few extra games here, so don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be hitting you with a quick break, so get your snacks, get your food and water, take the bathroom break. We'll be right back after this break.
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 92. We are now deep into losers semifinals, and we have two teams that want to get back onto the winner's side. It's going to be Camden going against Blue Lock. Both of these teams pretty used to playing these double productions tournament. Camden, I believe, was put down into losers bracket super early. Oh yeah, they first set they were put in losers bracket, and they've been absolutely destroying everybody on their way back to here. On the other side, Blue Lock, we saw them in winners semifinals getting beaten by the French flag. They want their revenge, and now they have to fight through Camden to get it. We'll see how this team do that, Dark. But one thing to note. Because we are losers bracket, because this is losers semis, we are back to best of 3.
A best of 3 format in semis for losers. Pressure is already going to be stacked here. All you need is 2 games to move on. So things are going to be really heated here, especially as you mentioned, Camden has been on a rock in losers bracket to try and make it the redemption to get a chance at win as well. Blue Lock has their revenge for our current winners here, and already it's going to be an explosive opening.
Yep, and what the opening indeed right now. It looks like Blue Lock is in their spawn trying to get back in there. I mean, Camden, they lost players, but they're still very much in control, and the Zap is punishing right here. 2 down onto Blue Lock. Camden are going to stay there and keep the zone. Which means the water is about to drop now, Dark.
Riding those points down to 60 means this first chunk of the points does go for Camden, and then some, as we still have a hold strong. The map has been opened up, so it should be an easier time for Blue Lock to actually push in and get momentum going, especially with the ink traps coming in to neutralize the zone, potentially even flip it here. 1 player down for Camden, 2 down for Camden. That's potentially a 3rd that got jumped out, a virtual wipeout as Blue Lock now sets up their hold.
Yeah, we've seen Camden hold pretty strongly. Blue Lock not able to do the same, but they already lose players. And Camden, without breaking a sweat, are simply pushing, and that's the power of losing early in winners brackets. You are hot because you've been playing game after game after game, and you're ready for anything.
Ready for anything, but that E-leader is still an E-leader. You gotta watch where you're standing. A wipeout from Blue Lock means Candace had all the opportunities here to lock Blue Lock out as best they can. The killer well does go there for the trade, and now Blue Lock are looking to try and at least neutralize this on a little bit, maybe even take it, as they do take it, forcing Candace to back up a bit, not without losing 2 of their own players though.
I mean, if you're Camden, we're fine with penalty being applied. Every time Blue Lock gets in, they apply penalty, but that's all they do. They're sent back into their spawn. And now Blue Lock needs to mount a push again. That being said, they got a few splats right now. They should be able to retake the zone again. Are they able to establish control, though?
Establishing control may be a bit of a hot topic here. It is currently 2 for 2 as both the remaining players on their team are just looking to regroup with the rest of their team, as both teams are now fighting it over mid. Blue Lock does hold on strong, but the kill well from Camden means that they're going to be scattered, forced to back up a bit, but Blue Lock does not let go. They're getting the picks they need, they're pushing them back, but Blue Lock is unfortunately losing the fights with 3 down, and they wipe out. Camden holds strong!
Every time Blue Lock does something, Camden gets back in there, punishes them harder. And now they don't have that much penalty left, Dark. With just 2 minutes left in the game, Camden are looking at a KO.
KO maybe was mounting you 2 here, but Blue Lock did get the picks they need to try to push Camden out, meaning Blue Lock has control of the zone. Blue Lock is now looking to try and stall it out, trying to potentially even lock them out as they're getting more and more picks, but tactical or online for Camden means they can go on the aggressive without any fear for their lives. 2 down for Blue Lock. Camden not letting them get any breathing room enough to crack room to push the main members of Blue Lock means Camden has control of the zone once again.
And right now, we're getting closer between these 2 teams. Blue Lock are very much closer to Camden than they were earlier, but Camden with a numbers advantage. Oh wait, there's a big bubbler onto the zone by the Decapitator. That's not enough. Camden keeps the control. The rest of the team was not able to follow through on the bubbler, and now Camden has the whole of mid for themselves.
All mid under the control, but Blue Lock does have tactical or at the ready, meaning that they can go hella aggressive here, but not without one of the players dropping, unfortunately, due to the Gal, as now they have their own tactical or at the ready, looking to try and keep Blue Lock out, but it may not be enough. The aggression is just too much. Camden forced to back up as we head to the final 30 seconds of this game.
And right now, Blue Lock are done with their penalty with 30 seconds left. They have a time to get the lead. They can do it, but they lose 2 players right now. Camden lost their zap, but they still are on to the zone with the well. They'll push people away, but Kraken is activated. And the zone, 1 point between shooting. Camden gives the lead, and with just 10 seconds left in the game, it looks like there's no way back in for Blue Lock. They're running at the zone, doing whatever they can, but it's too late, and Camden is going to take game number 1.
Man, oh man, that game really did come down to the wire. Just 1 point differential here. Camden just sneaks away with the victory here, especially at the end when the game was called. I'm not sure if you're paying attention to the zone, but it was so close to getting flipped, to getting neutralized. But I don't think with how the points were scoring at the moment that it would have mattered too much, because since Camden was in the lead there and the zone would have been gone to neutral, it would have been called anyways, but that still could have been very close.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Lock, they fought till the very end, and what we saw is that they were getting better and better. They were understanding how to fight Camden, how to hold the zone, how to get the pushes. It was going better and better for them. It's just that explosive opening that Camden got onto them, really took them by surprise, and now Blue Lock, I mean, they were playing catch-up for the rest of that game, and they, with 1 more minute in the game, with 30 more seconds in the game, it could have been very, very different. Now we'll see if Blue Lock are able to keep that momentum, to keep what they've learned from game number 1 and apply it onto Mako Mart.
And as you said, that extra bit of time could have been the key here, but it still kind of reflects the current state for this set here. With 1 game in Camden, that means that if Camden wins his second game, that's it for Blue Lock. They don't have a second chance, meaning that they really have to focus up here on this second game if they want to stay alive in the set, meaning that everything has to be put on the line here. You can't hold out and hope for yet another game or yet another few extra seconds. You gotta make the time, you gotta make the game you have now matter the most.
Yeah, it is do or die now for Blue Lock. They need to win the next 2 games if they want to stay in the tournament, if they want to make it to the top 3 of this tournament. And yeah, going into Mako, I hope we see the Stamper again, because and I hope we see more blaster actions. This is the kind of map where your ledge options are everything and can make or break the game.
Yeah, one thing I like to comment about this map specifically is that there's 3 class types that really love this map, and it's blasters, it's buckets, and it's rollers. Those 3 weapon classes, with the angles that you have, with the ledges you have, really can abuse the geometry here. And seeing the ranged blaster come out here, I would not be surprised if we see that geometry get abused.
Yeah. And it's not any range blaster, it's the vanilla one. Instead of the Kraken that we got earlier, we'll have wave breakers. And I mean, the vanilla one on this map, you can use the blaster even more. You have your ink refill, and ooh, right now Camden opening incredibly strong, again doing a repeat of game number 1 where they took absolute control.
The first pick may have gone for Blue Lock, but Camden answered it back with 3 down in return, and now it's a fight for these platforms here on the right side as it's a 1-for-1 trade. Tactical or online for Camden means that any trade goes in favor of them, but no, they picked up yet another pick there as points are slowly taken away. The Decapitator on the zone, though, does take control with the help of the Butler to make sure that Camden has no options to try and repaint over them.
Yeah, I mean, that Bubbler allowed Blue Lock to take the zone just for a second, apply penalty, giving themselves some breathing time. We're just in the first minute though, and Camden, they still have the lead. They still have control of most of the map. And they still have numbers advantage with one player trying to peek onto the platform and getting in there. What a fight right there by that 52 gal. It is just the decapitator for Blue Lock, and Camden still with so much control, Dark.
A lot of control here now, and Camden slowly taking away this game here. You gotta use every tool you have at the ready to try and retake the zone, and they do manage to retake this zone and get 2 picks on top of that, sending a hefty amount of penalty points for Camden. Blue Lock looking to try and just collapse on the remaining members of Camden as they are now looking to get a hold of mid and try and set themselves up for this upcoming defense.
Right now, Blue Lock, they're back to having to play catch-up. This time, can they do it? They are on the zone and they're able to keep it with no penalty as Camden are trying to get in, are getting punished for their push. Right now, Blue Lock holding onto the zone, but they won't be able to hold it for long with 2 players down. It looks like Camden are back on top, back in control of there.
Back in control, but 2 does go down. Once again for Camden, meaning Blue Lock has the player advantage here to retake the zone once again if they would choose to do so, especially with the impactful pick on the pencil. Now it's just 2 for 1. An unknown bloodbath all over the map, meaning these picks are just coming out from left to right from every possible angle, giving Camden once again a hefty amount of penalty points in return.
It is still going, and with 2 down onto Blue Lock, Camden are coming in strong, ready to reapply penalty, not let themselves be stepped through. And 2 minutes left in the game. Camden still holding strong, still fighting incredibly fast, and pushing Blue Lock away back onto their spawn. Ooh, what?
To spawn, Blue Lock goes with the Zipcaster here. We have one member of Camden just waiting for them to recall, and they get punished immediately. That's a delayed wipeout there, not what you want to see. 20 ticks remaining for the zone, and another player lost from Blue Lock. They have to hope out for a miracle here, use whatever special they can, but they lost yet another player. The Intracts come out to try and contest the zone, but I don't think it's going to be enough with a 3rd player down, and with 4 points remaining, this game is going to go to Camden!
Camden taking the 2-0, and I mean they had to sweat for it, but they took control of both of these games and very much deserve their spot onto losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, getting knocked out early, round 1 in their tournament run, you have that just vigor in you to just go and keep going, and it's that kind of vigor you need in order to make a genuinely like 100% losers run work here. You know, it's like it's such a daunting task to like start out your 2nd round in losers, but if you have that drive like Camden does, they're gonna make it work.
Yeah, well, they have 1 more set to win in losers finals. It will be best of 5. It will be against Deluxe, the seed number 1 of this whole tournament. We'll take a short break so we can get into the lobby, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, in between. My name's SPF Darkwear, I'm with Pat, and we're bringing you our losers finals, Deluxe versus Camden. Two teams that we just saw already who have very high potential, and I'm very much excited for this set.
Yeah, I mean, Deluxe, we saw them get on to winners finals. Get there, stumble a bit against the French flag, but they are very much one of our top teams here. Camden, on the other hand, they fell down at the start of the tournament, but they did all of losers bracket. The first game they lost, they went to losers bracket, and since then they've been winning and winning and winning. And this is their last game, their last set in losers bracket right now. It's going to start onto Mahi Mahi Resort, and we just saw them win on Mahi Mahi Resort. I guess they're pretty happy to see this map coming.
Already warmed up to the map, already warmed up by just playing back to back versus Deluxe, who had to wait a bit to get to be able to play Camden here in losers finals. And man, oh man, what a run both of these teams have been going so far. I mean, Camden, of course, getting that redemption arc from their first loss in round one. Now they're in losers finals, and then Deluxe, they did well enough to be able to make it to winners finals, and now they're having to play for their lives here in losers finals to get that revenge match against French flag. And man, either way this set goes, it's gonna be an amazing story.
Yep, and is this starting right now here on Mahi Mahi Resort? Well, let's see what these teams are bringing. Camden, here still with the Elite comp, and that extra range that the Elite gives is going to allow them to maybe keep the pencil at bay, unless I mean Deluxe, they have a very, very fast comp, so we'll see if they're able to beat that.
Already, the Elite got the opening pick against Deluxe, just being able to just zone them out immediately. Unfortunately, do get fallen down by Deluxe, as now they have control over the zone, forcing Camden back with it, but it's still not an empty zone though. Two players from the back lines are just waiting for their opportune moment to strike, but they unfortunately do get felled out.
And right now, Deluxe holding the zone pretty strong. They have a tripling strikes to deny the push. Given the way things are, I expect Camden to wait for the water to drop before they get the push. Here comes the water drop. Now there's a lot of paint around, which will allow them to maybe mount something. They have one special at the ready. They're waiting in, and ooh, with a pick onto the splash, they should go onto the zone and take a lot of control here.
A good way to just wait out for that first pick, so that way they have the opportunity to rush in and get Deluxe out, and they do get Deluxe completely wiped out here. And now with the Tactical at the ready, they're looking to try and make sure that they're ready to defend their upcoming push. Tactical are already at Deluxe's side. Inkstride's coming in to just zone out the mid. 2 down for the Camden, meaning it's an easy flip for Deluxe.
Ooh, yeah, Deluxe keeping that control. Camden right now with just 2 players, they don't have enough for a push. The Kraken is ready, but the Kraken needs the rest of the team to fall through right now. So team is waiting for the opportunity. The Zipcaster is coming in, is not punished yet. Oh, and now Deluxe are still holding strong. They're almost done with their penalty, and all they need to do is shut down Camden as they're dropping onto the zone. The Zap is down though, and Camden are able to paint right in the nick of time. 3 minutes left into this game though. There's still a lot of time for both of these teams.
Time is definitely going to be the essence here. Even though Camden is struggling a bit in points, they have the opportunity and the timer just to be able to play out and make sure Deluxe is completely stalled out so they can have a good hold over here. But the flake from Deluxe means they get 2 and just shut Camden down. And with another one, any possible hopes of just being able to shut them down when they have any odd chance to take the zone is flushed out.
Incredible moves right there by the 52 Gal, and it looks like Camden are back to the drawing board. They need a push in, and there is no penalty left for Deluxe. Deluxe losing 2 players though, and with the Kraken, it looks like Camden will find their way in. Able to dodge the camp onto the jump, and right now Camden able to... Oh, wait. mean, the Zipcaster doesn't work, but Deluxe has control over the zone again.
I think what happened there is that the Ealer got a partial charge shot on the Zipcaster that got hit by the Wave Breaker as they were landing. That was such an unfortunate timing combo there. It may or may not affect things in the long run, as there's only 20 points remaining for Deluxe here. The Camden has to make the moves going. They get that first pick there. Tactical on the right, but 2 goes down for both sides. It is an under 1-for-1 fade out, but the Kraken, I don't think that's going to be impactful as they take that first game over Camden.
Yeah, Deluxe showing their control here. I feel like Camden had the ability to push and to fight, but in the end, they were struggling to stay on top of the zone, whereas Deluxe, whenever they had the control, they would paint all around, they would keep that control, they'd maintain their presence, and in the end, maintaining your presence is what you want to do here on Splat Zones, and that's the name of the game, because it's a Splat Zones tournament.
Yeah, presence is so impactful here, folks. You gotta make sure you're not giving up too much room, too much space to your opponents, or else they're just gonna walk all over you. And even though that may have not been the game plan Camden was intending here, it just sort of seemed like that's how it just kind of fell apart here. But man, oh man, they're still not out of it yet. One game out of best of 5 won't be amounting to too much of anything. It can still go either way as we head to game number 2, Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, very fast map. I mean, these teams go fast, and I feel like Camden relying on the Eater means they're a bit slower than what Deluxe can do. On a map like Museum, though, which is wide and open, having that extra range could allow Camden to simply win the sniper duel, and winning the sniper duel on these kinds of composition can go a very long way.
Yeah, the openness of this map really does give a bit more credit for E-Leader here. You can very much be such a harassing player if you're set up properly, if you have enough players watching your flanks. That way no one can just come up from out of nowhere and just shut you down. E-Leader is a very high impactful weapon here, but you gotta make sure that you actually have the proper setup for that E-Leader so it can do its work.
Yeah, the setup is the key, as you say, and for a good setup, you need 4 players, Dark. It's better to have 4 players on the map. Really helpful. I mean, I guess that's the strat. You're really surprising, though, your opponent. They're not expecting that, especially since I feel like teams are kind of mingled. I see Deluxe tags on both sides, so really, like, both teams playing really the confusion and making sure that we're going to reset that lobby and try to make it work this time.
I mean, half of the game is the mental, and you won't know what you're actually doing if you don't know what they're doing, you know?
Exactly.
You gotta mix it up somehow, you know?
Throw in the curveball, and right now, Camden, I mean, that's good for Camden, actually. Like, Camden, they get some breathing time. They get extra time to discuss what just happened, what happened to them, how to counter things, and that's good for them. That's extra time for them to think a little bit, okay, how do we get back in there? How do we beat these guys who've been really holding the zone incredibly strongly? Camden, they need a plan to push right there, and any extra second between the games is good for them, I think.
And honestly, I mean, thinking back about that first game between these two teams, it was kind of reminding me how Deluxe was fighting against French Flag. You know, French Flag was so overbearingly aggressive that they keep getting Deluxe pushed back. And now seeing here Deluxe versus Camden, Deluxe are the ones who are being so overly aggressive that they're keeping Camden back. And it's just that same question is, how do you deal with a play style like this where they're so overly aggressive that you just have, it's very hard for you to keep up on your own team.
It's very true, Dark. And where French Flag were doing that by simply running forward, Deluxe are doing that with the Zipcaster, which is honestly the best specials to go in and annoy you in your spawn. Deluxe using that Zipcaster to the best to make sure that Camden has to fight before they can even think about pushing is honestly the strategy that's been working. Camden need to counter that Zipcaster before they push.
Yeah, making sure that your opponents have no chance to even think about anything else other than just staying alive is a very viable thing here. You just the constant aggression. It's the same topic of conversation of like what works better, a highly aggressive team comp or a highly defensive team comp. And highly aggression, if you have no off defense, it could very well just run you through.
Hey, Camden bringing a Zipcaster of their own with another Splatoon Stamper. We're now with very even comps on both sides. I mean, we have two short-range shooters on each side. They're not the exact same, but these are pretty much the same comps.
Virtually same comp, both teams getting that first pick in the opening, using special rapid rifle. What a nice Zuka shot for the tacticaler team, but no, it's just back and forth trading. These two teams are just utterly lost in the chaos, especially as that pencil had no idea they were getting flanked from behind, and now with 2 down for Camden, the Lux is able to properly set up here for their hold in defense.
Yeah, and that's Deluxe in control now. Let's see if Camden are able to get that push that we're not able to get in game number 1 right now. They're painting pretty well. They're onto the zone and they should be able to apply penalty with 2 players down. They take some control right now, but are they able to chase that last temper? Yes, they are. And now the whole of the map is their color. They are in there, and now they can score the good points.
Points being shifted, now lead is on their side. These players are now just desperately trying to make sure things are at least resetting back to a proper neutral state, but no, Deluxe are struggling to finally push through Camden, but they do also go 2 down, forcing the remaining members of Camden back bit by bit, maybe having to force a jump out here, and narrowly escaping with their lives as that Zipcaster comes out and is virtually wasted here.
Yeah, and right now, both teams are fighting for this zone. We're pretty even as Deluxe is looking to get the lead back, but Camden fighting all around the zone, getting the splats, getting the paint, getting back control. We are pretty even. 2 minutes into this game, Doc.
It is an even game, a bit better than what this first game was. Camden took that time to properly figure out what the Lux is doing and properly find the counter to it. As we see the Zipcaster goes into the backline, 3 down for Deluxe, meaning Camden is able to keep the momentum going, keep this stronghold going. As their points are slowly taken away, Deluxe has to do something here if they want to stay alive with this game.
I mean, incredible control by Camden right now, but it's Deluxe's turn to push in. They're able to paint the zone, they're able to get the splats. The strikes are coming for Camden, but they're a bit too late, and they get punished for it right now. Deluxe are back into this game. Now they need to score the points.
With about 40 points between a differential between these two teams, I mean, Camden has a bit of time to play with here to get a proper setup going. But with that first 2 players down from Camden, it's not looking good. That's not the kind of thing you want to see. You want to be able to actually hold on to your plat and be able to set up for a counter push here. But time is slipping away, points are slipping away. Now you're starting to have to get your hand forced here to try and get Deluxe out properly, but they do manage to get that zone flip in the midst of all that chaos.
And right now with the 2 vs 2, but Camden has control over the zone. They're gonna keep it, and ooh, huge splat onto the pencil right there by Bakira. Absolute control by Camden, who going to get rid of their penalty pretty soon. Deluxe needs a push right now. If they don't get the zone fast, that's going to be game.
Getting the zone is highly favorable here for Deluxe. The opponent points are gone. The 18 ticks remaining on the zone. They gotta make the hero play here. They only have tactical at the ready and 1 player down on their team. Zipcaster going in to try and harass the backline, but may not be enough. And then at the end of the day, Camden did the smart thing here and just focus on keeping that zone painted, meaning this game 2 goes for Camden.
And we are now 1-1 into this best of 5. Both teams have shown good control, have shown good fighting. I mean, in game number 1, Camden were with the Eliter, were with the slower comps. They changed that. They brought the stamper, they brought the pencil, they adapted. Now it's on Deluxe to adapt, because if Deluxe doesn't change what they do, they're gonna be in trouble.
That adaptation was really good by Canon here, being able to recognize that they need to speed up their gameplay to match Deluxe, and being able to try and force Deluxe to be off kilter a little bit, even if they weren't as successful as Deluxe on most of their pushes. They were still able to keep them back long enough to be able to like get those points, to get that lead extended, and just pretty much outpace Deluxe on some points of this game.
Yeah, I mean, look at these moves by the Stamper right there for Camden, stopping the push by Deluxe, allowing Camden to get more and more points. And I mean, Deluxe had good moves. They were able to get good fights, to get good pain, but in the end, Camden, they got the bigger ones. They got more control, they got more momentum, and Deluxe were playing catch up. And they did that too late. Camden ran away with the victory.
And the victory, meaning this game is now 1-1. Both of these two teams have proven that they can go this second swing either way. And now we're looking at game number 3, Robo Ramen. It's now in Deluxe's ballpark to see exactly what adjustments they're going to be making in accordance to the adjustments that Camden has made.
Yeah, that's a huge one. And right now, I mean, going on to this map, we've seen both of these teams have very similar comps in the last game. And I mean, Camden are bringing back the comp that was working for them. Deluxe sticking to their guns, I guess. We still see very much what looks like a mirror match.
A very similar weapon comp those teams are bringing here for game number 3. Camden does unfortunately lose their first player, meaning Deluxe has the room and the opportunity to just take the zone and flush Camden out properly, but not without one of their own going down in the process.
Yep, I mean, Camden maintaining pressure by keeping a player behind Deluxe is allowing them to get back onto the zone, keep some paint around, and right now, Bakira with that Stamper is getting so much value, it's not stopping.
Stamper is a very hard whip to slow down if it gets into that proper flow state, and it was about to run away with that before the pencil did shut it down in the incoming Zipcaster. And now Deluxe has control of the zone here, and they're forcing Camden back bit by bit. But the 52 gal is coming in deep from the back line to try and just harass this pencil probably before anything can get done.
Yeah, and right now Deluxe are holding pretty strong. Camden struggling to get out of their spawn. They're one player behind. The Zipcaster is ready, but that means Zipcaster needs to be on point if they want to get back in there. Camden getting punished as they're trying to push. Hello is going to trade right there, but we're in the last 30 points for Deluxe. If Deluxe, oh wait, penalty is applied.
Out of nowhere, the zone gets flipped. Deluxes get dealt a heavy penalty points, and not only that, they're 3 down. Make that a delayed wipeout, leading Camden to be able to try and lock them out here on this upcoming push.
Yeah, I mean, it's Camden's turn to hold right now, but they already lost 2 players. Here comes Zipcasters plus strikes. That's going to allow Deluxe to simply get back onto the zone, punish Camden for their hubris. They lost 2 players again. Deluxe in big control right now.
Good control holding right here for Deluxe. They're trying to slow it down here, making sure Camden can't snowball things too out of control. But with the Ink Strike and the Zipcaster use, means that they're able to retake the zone without any issues. On top of 2 players going down from Deluxe, meaning Camden is now looking for once again to put the lockout play here as they get that delayed wipeout.
It is not stopping, and now Camden, there's no penalty onto that. They have their strikes ready, they just grab their cooler drinks, and they're in control of the zone. These strikes are going to slow things down. Camden playing to get the lead now.
Using the strikes to slow things down definitely was the correct play to at least take this lead here. And the Zipcaster, what a misplay! They weren't able to clear that ledge, meaning they were able to get picked up immediately. And now Camden's 2 down. They're going to lose that zone and get dealt with their own heavy penalty points. But Deluxe, in return, gets 2 down. Once again, just get back and forth trade between these 2 players. An explosive game here in the mid, meaning that Deluxe, at the end of the day, unfortunately lost these trades.
And it's not over though. Deluxe bought themselves some time. They're still in the game. And they're able to get back in control of the zone with some splats. They still need to hold for a bit longer though. And Camden answering blow for blow, getting back onto the zone with a tripling strike. That's more penalty. And with a minute and a half left, if they apply a few more penalty, they win the game.
A good trade there for Camden. Even though they were traded out, they had tactical at the ready, meaning they were going to be back within an instant, giving them more time to be able to set themselves up and get ready for this counter push. 1-2 strikes goes out, not unfortunately losing that third strike here, which may have been very impactful as his Zipcaster is going in to try and cause some chaos, but not enough pay was put in the zone here, and now the bunny punch almost good is gone here. 2 down players down for Deluxe, meaning Camden just has to wait it out as they get another 2 picks. This game goes to Camden with no contest at the end.
That's a KO, and that's a 2-1 for Camden, who are 1 game away for literally destroying all of losers bracket.
1 game away from having the losers redemption run of their lives here. While Deluxe, they are unfortunately 1 game away from that revenge rematch against French Flag, who sent them in losers in the first place. Pressure is definitely building here from both ends. On the side of Camden, you do not want to disappoint this legendary run in losers. But on the side of Deluxe, you do not want to get knocked out here when you're so close to victory.
Yeah, it's been a ride by Camden right there. Can they do it though? Can they seal the deal? Going on to Crab Leg Capital, we'll see if they're able to maintain their momentum, to maintain their fighting spirit. And honestly, I mean, Deluxe was right there. Deluxe was forcing them to bring everything they had. Going on to a different map, anything could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything could happen here. Deluxe has definitely been giving Camden a run for their money and not letting this game, if they do lose this, not letting it go for free. But I know Deluxe, they want that revenge match in Grand Finals, so they are going to do everything in their power to get there. And on this map mode, or this map specifically, I don't know if there'll be any major changes here or not. The pencil is great, obviously, but it's more about their supporting lineup for that pencil. Are they going to bring the Stamper out again here?
It's a good Zipcaster map. What I think is also a good map for is the Eliter. Do we see Camden bring back the Eliter on here?
I personally don't think so. The Eliter sort of entices a more slower playstyle, and we see it in the first game that the slower playstyle is not what you want to go up against Deluxe. You kind of need to be fast enough to be able to keep up with their pace and be able to play against their own aggression, their own fast-paced weapon, or not weapon, team comp. And so it could come out here. I don't know Camden that well, but I personally don't think it should come out here. I think you'd want to stay with the pencil to keep things at least relatively fast.
Hey, we'll see what these teams bring. What is sure though is that Deluxe, they need to change things. I feel like they can keep the same comp. The comp is good, but they need to change their dynamic. They need to do something that surprises Camden, that forces Camden to change how they play. And here comes the leader. Here comes the leader. They like it. They want to play it. Meanwhile, Deluxe is bringing their Blaster, and I know you like that.
Yeah, Blaster is definitely a good angle here to just be able to harass the enemy team. Can it be used to proper good use here is the big question here. Camden does get the first zone flip, but they do lose the first player, meaning Deluxe has the opportunity here to try and force Camden's hand and bring them out now, but no, they lost their own player, and with Tactical on Camden's side, there's going to be just a bloodbath to just clean up Deluxe.
Huge opening by Camden there. Deluxe is forced to move back, and now Camden, they get to put and set their Eliter in position, and when the Eliter is above the zone right there, it is so rough to push. It is so hard. Now, Camden, all they need to do is hold. Here comes the strikes by Deluxe. Deluxe trying to get in there, but Camden holding pretty strong so far.
Holding strong, but that Zap does go down to the splashdown, meaning Cannon
Ooh.
has to respect the space a bit. The zone does get flipped, giving them a hefty amount of penalty points here, as the Lux are now trying to move in and try and see if they can get a few additional picks. But the Zip Catcher does come in and harasses the backline. That Pencil goes down before getting trade out, but 2 does go down for Cannon, meaning the Lux is able to hold on to mid and hold on for it strong.
A Deluxe is back on top, able to set themselves, and now it's their turn to defend, but Camden not wasting a second, already threatening the zone with all 3 of their forward player going deep in there, dancing around. Both teams still fighting ahead of that zone. Deluxe staying in control, but Dark.
I just witnessed that BT2 go jump off of the ledge in that fight there on top. And I think that ledge drop might have been impactful here. Never mind. The Lux are still able to hold on strong onto the zone, keeping Camden pushed back further and further.
And Deluxe right now holding strong. That's a wipeout with just 25 ticks left. That's like 15 seconds, and there is no time for Camden to get back in there. They need to run at the zone, but there's people all around, and Deluxe, with another wipeout, gets to a game 5.
Bringing this game to a game 5. Now, if pressure wasn't stacking now, the pressure is definitely stacking here. You only have this last game to dictate whether you move on to finals for the revenge or for the glorious losers bracket run, or you get sent home with an upset for either of these sides of these teams. It's gonna be intense, and I know both of these two teams are already bringing it their absolute all if they haven't already.
Yeah. Now, Dark, we need to have a serious talk. A very serious talk, okay? Of the 2 games that Deluxe won, there was one thing in common. That was not there in the 2 games that Camden won. It's Elita.
Yeah.
It's Camden bringing the Elita. And Elita is a weapon that we love. We really love that weapon. But Camden can't go as fast as they want to go when there's an Elita behind them, and when they have to have the Zap that could be playing a more aggro weapon. And that's slowing them down, and that's allowing Deluxe to get more pace, to get more momentum.
Yeah, no,
macro, yeah?
Yeah, I absolutely love the Elir. Don't get me wrong. Any excuse to see that weapon used, I'm always here for. But in this matchup right here, against how fast and how aggressive the Lux play, unless you can get properly set up in the right position and able to have all your angles covered, you are not winning most of these fights against the Lux. You just simply don't have the kind of speed to match the Lux. For once you actually lose ground and lose a lot of the map control, you just cannot recover from it. There's just not enough pushing power to be able to push them back properly, so you can reset up things.
Yeah. And now the big question is Camden stubborn? Do they bring the Elita again? Do they stop worrying and stop loving the pencil?
That is the money question here. How true do they want to stay to the weapon comp, their own probably more comfortable weapon comp, or how much do they want to just try and conform to normality and use pencil once again? Here in game number 5, you're at 2-2. You are at the cusp of going to grand finals. You have to have an honest conversation with yourself with how true you want to stay to your team's ideals, or how much you want this win.
Yeah, so meanwhile, it looks like we again lost a player in the lobby. Okay, they're back. We'll be able to have that final game number 5. It's been a wild ride, and honestly, both of these teams are so evenly matched. They're fighting till the very end, and in the end, we saw that it was one push. It was one on each map. It was one team finding the momentum, finding their way to set themselves up. But as we saw on Crab Leg, both teams had their moment. Both teams had a very, very good hold onto the zone. Going on to Mako, the map that is so well known, so well played, that is so back and forth, and that both of these teams know like the back of their hand. Anything could happen.
Yeah, anything genuinely could happen, but I think the first choice here that really dictates which way this game might go is whether that pencil comes back or that E-Leader comes back here. I mean, pencil or E-Leader here really isn't that bad of a pick, genuinely speaking, because you are a bit more safer on your own side of the map. But just the pace of being able to play pencil and use that and being able to actually move faster with your team could be the edge you need here just to at least keep up with your opponents.
Well, it is time for the tiebreaker, and the pencil is coming. We won't see an editor. No much more surprises. I see Deluxe are bringing back the blaster again, and honestly, on this map, Bad Blaster is going to be key. Is going to be so important, both for painting the zone with the splashdowns and for poking at the opponent's pencil.
Custom Blaster here definitely is a prime pick, but 2 does unfortunately go down immediately to Camden. And that even though they get the first opening few points here, things are going to quickly shift to Deluxe, but they haven't been able to cap the zone yet, giving them a few extra points before finally taking the zone, finally taking mid, and getting ready for this oncoming push from Camden.
Yeah, and right now we're in a 2v2 for the zone, but Deluxe still has some control. They'll be able to get the jumps, and Camden needs a bit more if they want to push in, and that's exactly what they're doing with the Splatana Stamper, maintaining the aggro, maintaining the fight, and they're able to paint and apply penalty with 2 down onto Deluxe.
2 down from Deluxe, but with the splashdown, the Blaster is able to pick up 3, potentially a 4th, and is going forward and just getting ready to clean up the remaining members of Camden. But unfortunately, they do escape with their lives, meaning Deluxe are forced to be satisfied with a triple right there in mid and setting up their own defense.
Yeah, right now, both teams still fighting. Deluxe done with their penalty, looking to get a bit more points. Here comes the Zipcaster, that's going to allow for just a trade. The trade for special is not the best right now. Deluxe are still painting for the zone. Camden not able to apply penalty yet. Both teams around the zone as Deluxe is scoring more and more and getting the splats.
These picks here are impactful for both sides, but now Camden used the ink strike to be able to take zone and give Deluxe a good amount of penalty points. They may not be able to hold on to the zone here, but they're able to at least stall out some time and make sure that they have a bit extra time to play if things really come down to it. But Camden are able to actually set up their hold here in mid and are looking to keep Deluxe pushed back as best they can, using the Killer Well, using the Caterpillar. They're using every single card they have at the ready. The splashdown comes in, the Blaster gets 2, 3 are down for Camden!
That is huge right now, Deluxe. Control over the zone, a lot of special advantage, are going to simply wait for Camden to do a mistake now, as all they need is to wait a little bit, but they shouldn't have waited. They lost 2 players, and right now Camden are rushing the zone, trying to apply penalty. Oh wait, they lost players again. They're so back and forth, but the zone stays big, Dark.
Yeah, this is a very back and forth game, but it could be slowly slipping away from Camden as Deluxe are in the lead, and they're actually now done with their penalty points. Only 2 minutes remaining, but you don't have 2 minutes. You only have 25 ticks to get to that zone before this game is called here. So you have to use every tool that you can to try and contest the zone. The counter strikes coming from both sides to be able to contest the zone, and it's not enough. It is actually enough to neutralize it, but Deluxe does get the flip back in time and pulls it, but the Camden are coming in to try and retake it once again. Special make use left and right. Tactical is at the ready. But I think Deluxe are unfortunately lost the hold as they're gifted a heavy amount of penalties with the wipeout on top.
What a comeback by Camden, not only keeping themselves alive in there, but taking full control, pushing Deluxe back. Now there's a reset, at least mentally. There's a minute and a half left, and Camden has a lot of time to get the lead. The strikes are coming in by Deluxe. They're not enough to paint the zone. Deluxe are going to need better than that. They are around there. They need the fight. They got the pencil already, but they need to. Oh! That splashdown, that Blaster is dominating right now and getting the whole zone back to Deluxe.
Yeah, the geometry on this map just is so favorable for blasters that if you aren't so much as conscious about where the blaster currently is at every single moment, it's gonna be able to surprise you and just take away with these sneaky picks here. But now it is Deluxe's game to lose. They're at 9 points remaining with the penalty points almost gone. They cannot afford any mistake here against Camden, but they do get that, unfortunately, get one pick. This is Camden's chance right here to try and save this game as long as they can. 30 seconds remaining. They gotta use every tool in their pocket to take the zone, and they do, giving a few extra penalty points to Camden. But is it gonna be enough at the end of the day?
I mean, Camden just used all of their resources just to paint the zone, just to apply penalty. Deluxe getting back the momentum, getting back the zone, and right now with just 10 seconds left, Camden needs to paint as all of Deluxe are preparing their next push. They are around the zone. We are about to see the final fight of this set, the final fight for the spot into grand finals. Camden needs to stay on the map. They lost their pencil, and that's game for Deluxe.
Oh man, this game went down to the wire. Both teams were fighting tooth and nail for that grand final spot. It's just a storm of ink on that zone. But at the end of the day, it's Deluxe who comes out on top, who's getting the rematch against French Flag. Unfortunately, sending the losers, virtual winners here, out of this tournament.
Yeah, Camden, I mean, they fought the whole of the losers bracket. They had a long run and they can be pretty proud of it, but in the end, Deluxe gets them out. Deluxe gets to back against the French Flag. We'll see them fight for the grand finals of this tournament right after this break. And it is time, Doc. It is time for us to witness the new Triton-Cup champion. Will it be the French flag or will it be Deluxe? French flag are on the W side. Meanwhile, Deluxe, they need to get a bracket reset in order to be crowned. And that's going to be a rough one. But they had a very, very nice and very intense losers finals, which maybe is giving them a bit of opportunity to stay warm. Meanwhile, French flag will see if they kept themselves awake, because we're pretty deep into the tournament.
Yeah, a reset for Deluxe to win this is gonna be a mountain to climb, but it is on the line of possibility. They were able to recover well enough in losers bracket to be able to take that win at the very end. But now here, grand finals, it's gonna be a play for who can get this game kicked off, especially on a rematch as well. And that first pick does go for Deluxe.
Yeah. And right now, Deluxe trying to open pretty strong. It looks like they're gonna get control over the zone, but they have to make do with French flag harassing all around, preparing the counter. French flag is not pushed away, which means there won't be full control for Deluxe right now. Both teams are still fighting for the zone. Deluxe holding to that tiny lead right there and forcing French flag to use all of their specials to get back into mid. It's working though. Mickey is getting in there, getting a triple with that Kraken. That Kraken got 3 splats. That's incredible by Mickey. French flag in control of the zones.
The tides have shifted for French flag, and this is the danger part for Deluxe. Time and time again on their last game against French flag is that once they got set up and going, they were able to just single-handedly lock Deluxe out without much of an issue. Has Deluxe learned from their previous set and from their previous games to be able to come through finally from French flag, or are they going to fall victim to the same thing once again?
Yeah, right now French flag lost the player, but they had such control over the map right now. Deluxe has no way in. They're struggling to move forward and they get completely called out. The splashdown is going to be punished again. 1 zone is taken, 2 zones are taken. Deluxe still alive in there, but they got a delayed wipe onto them. French flag penalty, don't care. They're still on top.
Deluxe got a lifeline there, giving that huge penalty for French flag, but as you mentioned, they don't care. They still have control over mid. They still have control over this choke here to just keep Deluxe choked out, keeping them stalled out, and with the Kraken going into scatter the remaining members of Deluxe, it's gonna be just utter chaos, especially being used. Yes, like bombs are being thrown everywhere. Tactical is online for French flag. I have no idea who's winning this fight right here, as this is a constant trades being taken.
And right now with 2 players down, it looks like Deluxe has the opportunity to go forward to get the zones. Penalty applied, control acquired. French flag is back into their spawn. Finally, Deluxe can breathe and prepare their defense.
Now giving the French flag the opportunity to be able to be zoned out, like how they've been zoned out before. Deluxe are setting up for their own lockout here, using specials to just flush people out, keeping them back. For the killer well is being used to hopefully scatter Deluxe, but was not enough, and now they're using their own ink strikes to be able to take this zone. They take 1 zone, they take the second zone, they do take the second zone, giving a heavy penalty to Deluxe as they're pushing them back further.
Yeah, it is not stopping. French flag back with the momentum, back with lots of control. Mocha with the blaster right there. It's forced to move away. They won't be able to paint. French flag is still holding strong, but ooh, one zone is painted, which means they won't be able to score points right now.
Oh, 1 zone was painted, but the French flag were able to recover it fast enough that they're taking points away once again. The pencil from mid is able to shut down the ink strikes, and now with penalty points almost good as gone, this could be very dangerous for Deluxe, as they have to make something happen now if they have any chance of winning this first game. Killer well used, tactical is used, so they have this good entry, but not enough picks are being found. The splashdown is used, but no cover is grounded, as we see this first game goes to French flag.
I mean, that's the momentum that we saw in winners finals. That is French Flag taking control of the game, getting the bigger pushes, holding the zone longer, and Deluxe struggling to get forward, struggling to get in. And I mean, I have to give like a special shout out to Mickey, who got a triple with a Kraken at the start of the game. He absolutely allowed French Flag to simply take control and control a huge control right there. Deluxe had good plays, had good pushes, but in the end, they were not able to maintain their presence on the map as a team.
Yeah, I think that triple Kraken in the beginning is really what gave the game for French Flag, or at least not gave it to them, but like actually set themselves up pretty well. Because the Lights were holding on to mid, they were actually keeping French Flag like staggered and properly locked out there until that Kraken came out and just ruined their game plan. And from that point onward, Deluxe was struggling to actually push back. And I'm interested to see how they're going to set themselves up here on Rebel Ramen, because a lot of Deluxe's success has been being able to get that first few picks in the opening and able to set themselves up before French Flag can.
Yeah, and we saw Deluxe struggle on this map against Ganden. That's one of the maps where they lost in a loser semifinals. That's the map where they need to adapt. They need to change a little bit, a few little things. I mean, at this pace, at this level of play, we're talking about small optimizations, small tweaks and changes that allow you to just get the upper hand in one fight during the game. That's all Deluxe needs, but they need to do it. Right now, French Flag are already one game up.
On a big game plan wise, both of the two teams play very similar to one another, so it's gonna boil down to the micro, and that rush definitely is gonna throw a shift in the micro.
Yeah, let's get a small change. No, never mind. Let's get an ink brush. I mean, Deluxe will be faster now. They will go fast, and that's what they need.
I mean, if you can outspeed what has already been the fastest team in this tournament, you're already kind of setting yourself up proper. And with 3 down, it's looking to actually start to give its worth already. Deluxe having the first major hold here and looking to push French Flag back as far as they can. The brush putting in the work it needs.
I mean, that's a huge opening by Deluxe right now. French Flag, though, bringing the strikes, preparing the push. They know what to do. And with Mickey on the Kraken, everybody is running away. The brush is going to fall down. 2 are down, and that's a 3 down. It's just the pencil right there, jumping away, saving what they have to get a bit more momentum. Deluxe now needs to push back in.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. Deluxe gets the first good opening, gets to themselves set up proper, but Mickey comes in with the Kraken and shuts down that game plan, and now French Flag are the ones locking Deluxe out, and now they're just looking to try and see if they can hopefully push past this time around. They do get 1 pick, but some of the damage has already been done. There's only 35 points remaining for French Flag. Deluxe has to move now, and they do get the retake.
And right now, 2 players down. French Flag, penalty was applied onto them, but no problem. I feel like it's the same game, dog.
Yeah, I mean, the brush definitely is an improvement here, being able to properly push up and get things going at a faster pace, but I think the issue here lies in with the range blaster and how well you play around it, because it's been doing it so much work, being the bane of Deluxe's existence here, that it's so hard to actually get anything going with that blaster there, and now Deluxe are once again locked out. French Flag, the penalty points are gone. They don't have a lot of time left here.
And the bombs are not stopping. They're gonna find the picks right now. Kiki needs to paint the zone. There isn't much left for Deluxe. They need to get in. They need to get in their French Flag, looking to run away with a KO. We're not even halfway through the game, and Deluxe is still in there.
And damage has been done though. 15 points remaining. That's such a huge lead for French Flag that maybe, just maybe, with 3 down from French Flag, Deluxe has the opportunity here to try and make things right here and closing that gap. Their penalty points are pretty much virtually gone at this point, as now French Flag are gearing up for their own push, using the killer whale, using any sponge that they have online to pry and get more room here. But Deluxe are actually holding strong here. The Ink Strike is coming in to hopefully retake his own, but it's not enough. Their own killer whale coming out to try and zone out, and with the Ink Strike, they're going to be able to hold on to this mid for longer.
Yeah, very nice plays by Deluxe right there, holding the zone a little bit longer, getting a bit more points, but it does not matter. French Flag back in control, and they're instantly painting everything blue.
Yeah, this is once again just shows how well French Flag are being able to just retake areas and hold on to them so much more strongly than Deluxe can. Especially once again, that blaster really putting in a lot of work from French Flag, being able to just harass so many of their players without much issue. And one does go down for Deluxe once again. French Flag are done with their penalty points. There's only going to be those 15 points remaining, so they got to make something happen here. Well, with 3 down, that's a delayed wipeout here, folks, as Deluxe unfortunately loses this first game to, I'm sorry, what am I talking about? From out of nowhere, they're able to neutralize this zone. Oh!
Almost the save by Deluxe, but in the end, not enough. French Flag getting the zone back, dodging the penalty this time, and they are up 2-0. They've been destroying Deluxe. They only need to win 1 more games, and they will be your Triton-Cup champion.
This game, I think this game is really important for Deluxe, showing that it's not necessarily the speed that they're going, more so that the blasters really just being so much of a menace on their team comp and being able to just be so aggressive without being necessarily punished, especially because to have Kraken to fall back on if things get dicey for you, you can just go so far in deep without any issues because you have that Kraken to be able to protect you and not lose your life from it. You gotta be able to find the proper way to handle that blaster and the Kraken, especially blaster here on Mahi Mahi.
I mean, yeah, that's blaster on Mahi Mahi, that's Kraken on Mahi Mahi. That's going to be terrifying for Deluxe. Deluxe, I mean, they brought the brush didn't work. But that's the spirit, that's what they need to do. They need to try something new, and they need to switch things up fast. Because if they don't change things, they're going to lose. They need to change things now and find something to put this incredible French Flag team off balance.
This is your last chance, Deluxe, to try and pull out any hidden tricks, any hidden cards up your sleeve, anything that you could possibly topple French Flag down to stay alive for at least 1 more game. Match point for French Flag, meaning they're sitting pretty. If Deluxe genuinely wants to win this set 4 over French Flag, they have to win the next 6 games. They have no breathing room whatsoever here, and it's gonna be a mountain.
It is going to be a rough one, but I mean, Deluxe are good players. They're very good players, and they're bringing back the brush, this time with a splash on the side. The splash with the crab tank will be able to deny a lot of space whenever it's active, and I know that Punchy with a splash is a sight to behold.
The crab tank could be their key here as the Lux are looking to get this first zone hold, and they do get the first zone hold on top of 2 picks of their own. Now that one being traded out to Tactical on the side of French Flag, though, means that these trades aren't going to be as impactful as they should, but the brush from the back line is able to completely flush French Flag out, as now the Lux are hopefully going to be able to ride these first 40 points before the map shifts.
And now it's Deluxe finally finding some momentum, but we've seen Deluxe have good openings. Now let's see if they're able to counter the push by French Flag, and with the water dropping, Punchy activating the crab tank is looking to stop things, but Phoenix is dancing around with the 52, has to jump away. It looks like Deluxe is holding the zone, and Deluxe with just 30 ticks left onto the zone. Suddenly, is this it? Is this the change that they needed to do, Doc?
The change could be the thing that they need to hear. 14 ticks remaining. One player down for the Lux, meaning that they have to hold on for this zone for his lives. They depend on it, but unfortunately, they weren't able to hold on as now they're hit with a heavy 71 penalty points as 2 players go down. 1 player goes down for French flag, meaning that they're not completely gone from mid, but their hold is completely shattered here.
Hey, that's a huge lead. That's an incredible lead, and French flag know that they cannot rest easy. This set is certainly not open. Mickey with the blaster poking around, making sure that Deluxe cannot stay in the spot that they want to stay. Here comes the Kraken. The Kraken is not able to jump in. That's going to slow things down. Deluxe waiting for the opportunity, but the time is ticking. There's just not much time left on the clock now.
At this point, Deluxe only realistically has 1 push in them, 1 T5 in them to win this game. It's slowly slipping away from them. 2 players down, 3 down for Deluxe, 2 down for French flag. I don't think they have the manpower to paint that zone fast enough as this lead is swapped. They're too distracted by these players here on the right side that the zone is slipping away. And this French flag is able to take this game, takes this victory, and is your Triton-Cup champions.
I mean, Deluxe tried everything. They did their best, but in the end, their best was not enough against a French flag team that was on absolute fire tonight, destroying this Triton Cup and getting a clean 3-0 in Grand Finals. Incredible performance by the French flag.
Absolutely. French flag definitely are showing exactly why they're your champions here tonight, but no credit cannot be given to the Lux. Each passing game, they get more and more off of French flag, and unfortunately, though, it just wasn't enough by this 3rd game. They brought the initial hold down to 7 points remaining. They had the cards in the hands just to be able to stall it out, but French flag was proven to be too much for them, and man, oh man, that's gonna sting a little bit, but regardless of the outcome, it's just a huge congratulations for both teams for making it this far at the very least.
Yeah, incredible set right there. Deluxe, I mean, they're high-level players. I know they will bounce back. I know we'll see them again in future double production tournaments. And yeah, I can't wait to see more of them. I'm sure they will review these games and learn how to beat these French demons. But for now, the gold and the badge come to the French flag.
Oh man, huge congratulations to French flag for your performance today. Being able to top out all of these Titans so up to this point, be proud for yourselves for your performance. And Deluxe, don't be too bitter about this defeat. Use that as fuel for your fire so you can keep on coming back and hopefully topple down French flag or any other grand champion standing in your way.
Yeah, but that means, Doug, that this is the end of the tournament. And before we go, can you tell me, where can I find you on the internet?
Oh, well, you can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, most socials at SPF_dark, without the underscore or with the underscore. It depends on the website, honestly. I post random nonsense from time to time, but more likely, you'll hear my voice multiple times in the week, either here at Double Production, CCA, Splatoon Tourney when it's a season, Under Pressure. I'm all over the place. I'm a big-time caster, so you hear me at least one more time. Today, at the very least, and... yeah, and according to the voices in my head as well, I will be on From the Ink Up tonight in 2 hours at Under Pressure. So if you stop by there again, you'll hear me once again. But Pat, anything you want to add? Anything you want to shout out?
Well, you can find me on Blue Sky. It's written on your screen right now. If you add underscores between Pat J and Or and Tom, you can also find me on Twitch, and you'll be able to find me on this channel tomorrow at 5 p.m. on Central Europe and 11 a.m. For Eastern Time for Snatch and Run, our new Salmon Run tournament. I will be casting with the wonderful Salmon Queen Rashelski. It's going to be incredible. If you don't know much about Salmon Run, you want to see it. You want to learn how this works. If you know about Salmon Run, you know you want to see it. So I'll see you tomorrow. It's going to be incredible. And yeah, we need to give another shout out to our incredible Ko-Fi supporters, especially Squidado and Dual Marmalade, who are like helping us so much. prepare new tournaments and make awesome production value. Thanks to you, we get to grow, we get to do more, and thank you very much for helping us.
Oh man, I think
Yep.
that being said and done, that ends our run here. So
Yes.
have yourselves a good one, be safe, and have a good night.